The various Sega console generations managed to produce many interesting titles over the years, with a lot of them being adaptations of movies, with some that would go on to be cult classics, while others, let's just say, they could have been better. But here we will be looking at every movie game released for every Sega console, dating back as early as the 8-bit systems and working our way up to the later and final console with the Sega Dreamcast. There are many interesting concepts to explore here that would fall off the back of many legendary movies. So with that being said, let us dive back into the past and look at this unique history of the titles that were released during these generations. So let us just quickly address the elephant in the room and what I consider to be the worst game of this kind on this list. It's a shame really, because I consider the Back to the Future series to be among my favourite films ever. So with the popularity of such an iconic movie franchise, it's always inevitable to see some sort of adaptation of some kind to come to consoles. But bearing that in mind, this game is really just an atrocious mess, and I genuinely don't like to say it in that sense, but you can't help but see things for what they are. The game was released in 1989, not just on the Sega Master System, but on a variety of different consoles and home computers, and they were all met with the same type of response with regards to reception and reviews, stating the game to be just very mediocre and just an overall lackluster experience, which is a shame really. But this here game is living proof that movie adaptations to the gaming format, especially in earlier times, more often than not genuinely didn't work. And in this case, it was quite rightly so with Back to the Future 2, because it tried to be a combination of so many different genre types, with the first couple of levels being seeing you hovering around the street on your hoverboard, where you have to collect items and pretty much avoid everything that gets in your way, from obstacles and people. Anything on the map literally can kill you, and it's just so frustrating. You will play this game a million times over before you ever get one good run at it. I witnessed that the first time I played it, and to be honest, when I look back, it was a joke how I allowed myself to sit down and played it for as long as I did, and I did eventually complete it, so that'll tell you how stubborn that I was back then, but I definitely would not do that now. The game does present mixed elements with each of the levels, rating from using your hoverboard to like a side-scrolling brawler and even a mini puzzle game in some cases. So the game really loses its core identity. It really doesn't know what it's supposed to be, which is a shame, but this is only the start of things to come, as the next game on this list isn't much better. Published by Flying Edge and released in 1993, the Addams Family tried to replicate the iconic moments from the memorable movie that was released only a few years prior. But like many of the adaptations of this game, it didn't live up to its expectation, as the game was released across a variety of different systems, with Sega consoles, Nintendo consoles, even home computers. So the Sega Master System also got a port, but it was very lackluster in its approach. It was a side-scrolling platform game that had some nice visuals. If anything, that was the game's highlight feature, but that's pretty much where it ends, because everything about the game is just weird and off-putting. It can be slow and sluggish to play, and literally everything in the environment, even platforms you jump onto, if you jump and you hit the side of a platform, or you jump and hit your head off a platform, it will damage you. Literally everything in this game that you touch can damage you pretty much straight away. So the collision detection is absolutely atrocious. So a lot more time and effort could have gone into the overall development of this game, but clearly, like with a lot of these titles, it was developed in a way as a cash grab, just to capitalise on the success of those movies, as they were very popular for their time. But not all of the games, especially on this list, managed to capture those elements. And this here, while it does have some decent features, it still isn't enough to stop it from falling into the realm of obscurity, and often considered as one of the worst games on the console itself due to those reasons. But don't worry, there's a lot more games like this that we will be covering on this list, which we will see in the next one. Home Alone, one of the most iconic movies ever in existence would see a multitude of different ports of games being released on loads of different consoles to capitalise on the success of this very popular movie. But pretty much every single game across the board, regardless of which format it was released on, was considered a complete waste of time, as the gameplay just didn't match up to what was represented in the film, and each version of the game played very different from its counterparts, the Master System version being among some of the worst of these distinct games, even as much with the Sega Mega Drive being considered as equally as bad. That saw you running around various levels within different types of houses, and you had to evade the wet bandits by any means possible. What was the main controversy behind the game was its lack of playability and function. The game just felt very lackluster, very simplistic, but at the same time was just super difficult, to a point that the game just felt uninspiring, where you're just literally moving around the same type of levels over and over again, and you just have to just keep avoiding your enemies, and you have a very restricted time limit as well to gather up resources so that you can use them to your advantage. But literally everything in the levels can do damage or kill you in this, so it's very, very uninspiring, to say the least. If anything, it's definitely considered as one of the worst movie franchise games ever on the system, or in general, which is a shame. There would be sequels to this with Home Alone 2, but would be only released on later consoles with the Genesis or the Mega Drive, but wouldn't see a release on the Master System, and considering the efforts made with the development of this game, it's a good thing that that didn't happen. But with games like this coming out that were based off of iconic movies, it really didn't set a good standard for other well-known franchises. But that would not be the end of it, as we will now clearly see a lot more of that is yet to come. Disney's Ariel, The Little Mermaid would release originally on the Sega Genesis and Game Gear consoles in 1992, but would be later ported to the Master System in Brazil in 1996. And this version of the game plays almost identical to that seen in the Game Gear version. While it does have some nice visuals, the gameplay aesthetics don't match up to the overall vibe and aesthetic the game's going for. The game is often considered as one of the worst movie adaptations or Disney games of all time, if not the worst ever seen, as it doesn't fully follow on the events of the movie. Now, the graphics in the game are definitely its best feature, but the gameplay can be sluggish, slow, clunky, and can even sometimes suffer from slowdown or frame rate issues depending on how long you spend playing the game. So there's definitely a lot of caveats and negative aspects to the experience. It won't be for everybody, let's just put it that way. It will only appeal to a select few players, but there are better games on this list that are definitely worth experiencing, and this really isn't one of them. Terminator 2 Judgment Day would release on multiple consoles and systems off the back of the success of quite simply one of the best movie sequels of all time. But again, like many other games, wouldn't reach the heights of success. While some of the versions were quite decent, the 8-bit entries definitely leave a lot of questions around it, as the gameplay can be lackluster and very frustrating. Even from the very first level, the game is overly difficult, where you have to progress to the end of the level by defeating all of the enemies in your way. But seeing as though you're the Terminator, you should be easily able to defeat enemies, but literally normal weaker opponents can do serious damage to you, and everyone can literally kill you with very little effort at all. And even if you compare this to the first game that was released in 1991, that was a very different experience, and in many ways the first Terminator game was 10 times better than this entry, which is weird when you think about it. You'd nearly expect it to be more of the same, but it's actually not. I remember even going back, being in school, and a friend of mine had Terminator 2 for the Commodore 64, and I remember a couple of times going back to his house after school and playing that version of the game. And I do remember specifically with some of the levels, especially with the second level where you had access to the motorbike, where the T-1000 was chasing you in the lorry and you had to get to an end point and avoid a load of obstacles along the way, and it was tough. But I remember even later on down the line, you played as Sarah Connor on one of the levels trying to escape from the hospital, so there was a lot of variety around it, and that was for me at the time a really good adaptation to the game. I really enjoyed it. But then when we go on to this version, and while I love the Sega Master System because it was the first console I ever played and owned, you would expect some level of quality around these games, especially if you played it on one system, but then when you played it on something else it was completely different. And this game was completely different to what I played on the Commodore 64, and it was nowhere near as good. It was very, very lackluster, very frustrating, and very, very difficult, because there's so many unbalances with regards to the combat physics, the collision detection, and even how the Terminator moves, that it just doesn't provide a good experience at all, which is a shame, because the first Terminator game on the Master System was quite decent. But unfortunately this is just another game that falls by the wayside with regards to movie inspired entries. Some of the ports of the game on different systems were not too bad, but this was definitely not one of them. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was released on a variety of different systems in 1990 and is a port of the memorable movie, but that's where it really ends as such, because regarding reviews of some of the ports of this game, the NES version was considered atrocious as it had bad collision detection, bad controls. So to make things worse, the game was then later ported to the Master System, which ended up being even worse. Literally from the first level you have to grab your whip and then you have to fend off against enemies that have guns, which leaves you with virtually no chance to defeat them. And the collision detection is so bad that if you fall more than 10 feet off of any ledge, you die. If you hit an enemy and they're close to you, you'll die because the hit detection is non-existent, and it doesn't even allow you to flash to give you temporary invulnerability to attacks. It just will literally just wipe out your health bar, so you're gone straight away. The levels are overly difficult, it's hard to really know what to do, and the truth is you won't last long enough to really care, because every attempt that you have at this game, it will literally take you 100 attempts to even just get past the next section. It's just atrocious what we're seeing here, which really is a shame. The only good thing that's going for it in this version is the graphics are decent. If anything, it's the best part of the entirety of the game, which makes no sense as to why a lot of these movie franchises, that they could have been so much more. But the one thing that is apparent with the majority of these games is, yes, we had Acclaim that made a lot of them. Flying Edge was another one, but all of the games that were considered terrible were all developed by third-party developers, which clearly didn't care about the source material at all, which really is a shame, because these games could have been so much better. So like with many of the other games I've covered up to this point, this definitely is another one that I wouldn't really recommend that you should add. And considering, even if you were adding it to your collection, which I know a lot of people do, that would be the only way that you would gain access to it. But even at that, the majority of these games nowadays are so ridiculously expensive that it may not even be worth your while at all. One of the things that you'll notice about many of the games in this list, especially the bad ones, is that the majority of them were published by Acclaim Entertainment, a company that was well known in the video game industry, that backed some very important titles and memorable entries, but at the same time were also notoriously responsible for many cash grabs and lackluster efforts. And it's clear to see why, with many of the movie inspired ports of these games, not just on the Sega Master System but across the board on multiple different consoles, being very lackluster and just poor overall. So it's easy to see why, when we look back at the history of the company, we now know why they met their untimely demise all those years ago, because many of the games were literally just cash grabs, just to try and capitalise on the success of well-known movies of the time. So another movie that would get the transition treatment would be Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. And while considered a good movie in its own right, which it was, the games didn't fare the same criticism. Probably the best entry in the entirety of the series would have been seen on the likes of the Atari Jaguar and the Sega Genesis, but even at that they had their own gripes with the games overall, because they were considered very, very difficult. Graphically they were very good, but they were just overbearingly difficult. That made it a chore to get through. But then when we got later ports on the likes of lesser powered consoles with the Sega Master System and Game Gear, the gameplay would change up somewhat. That would move away from the fighting style mechanics of the more powerful systems, but would opt for a more side-scrolling beat-em-up approach with platforming elements. But especially with the 8-bit versions, there's no background music, and the graphics themselves, while they're decent considering that they were on the Sega Master System, they are very lackluster in their approach, and the overall gameplay is very lethargic, and in all honesty can get very boring very, very quickly. It can be just a chore to get through, because even when you're playing the levels, it's not really apparent straight away how you're supposed to be able to get through each phase. areas of each level that you're progressing through. There's certain instances where you would need to reach a higher point or a higher part of the ground, but you can't get to it normally, so what you have to do is jump and dive between certain platforms, and there's only specific ones that you can do this trick on in order to progress. So in many respects, when you're playing through the game, it won't take long for you to get bored, in all fairness to it. You'll find yourself very quickly looking for something else, which again is another shame with regards to movies. When you see games like this here, yes, it does have some decent qualities for what it tries to do, but it's not executed the way that it could have been. And the fact is, with the lack of background music, it doesn't really add any depth to it, and it really takes away from the experience in most regards. Now, it's still better to play than some of the games on this list, but it definitely isn't the best one. Back to the Future 3 would release on the Master System and a variety of other consoles in 1991 to capitalise off the success of the third and final entry of the iconic movie franchise itself. And this game, in many ways, was a drastic overhaul compared to the mess that we got with Back to the Future 2 previously. And considering that it was published by the same crowd that helped with development of the game, it definitely is a step up from its previous entry in many ways, but at the same time still would come with its own flaws and quirks that would definitely put a lot of people off, because the game, while it was decent and in many ways reflected a lot of level design features that were seen on the likes of the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis, but it was still considered as a lackluster attempt in many ways, especially when you consider it to other movie franchise games seen on these systems. But it still wouldn't stop the game from selling in high numbers on a variety of different systems. Some of the lesser powered systems of the time, with the likes of the Spectrum and the like, the game sold in high numbers on those systems, so it definitely appealed to quite a few. But when we look at it back then, not everybody had access to all of these consoles. People either had one or the other, and that was it. Some people would have a Sega console or a Nintendo console, or some people would have a home personal computer. So whichever version you had, they were the only games that you had available, so what you see is literally what you got. There was no ifs or buts about it. But truthfully, anything could have been better than the previous entry in the series, in all fairness. The game does present some decent graphics, however, when we look at it from a visual standpoint, and it does offer a variety of different modes and some quirky features that are worth exploring. But if you can overcome the game's brutal difficulty, because even the first level, let's just put it this way, it will test your patience. Make no mistake about that. So with this entry, you'd like to think that in some cases games could start to improve, but we've yet to see some other games that will destroy that enthusiasm very quickly. The Flintstones game would release on multiple systems in 1988 and would be ported to the Sega Master System in 1991. And while this game wasn't reflective of the movie, it was inspired heavily by the iconic cartoon program that we would all have been familiar with growing up, as the Flintstones was literally the forefront of everybody's TV screen during the early years. With that being said, the game was met with much criticism. While the graphics were considered to be its defining factor, even on the Master System, the graphics are quite decent, but the slow, sluggish gameplay, and especially some of the infuriating aspects with the puzzles and the levels, and just the sluggishness of the overall controls, will definitely just leave you quickly turning the game off and going on to something else. Because if you die at any point, it's literally game over and you have to start the entirety of the game from level 1, all from scratch. Because every level pretty much is time based to some degree, bar the last level, but it's just so finicky in how it controls, with the collision detection, especially with the last level when you have to save pebbles on the construction site. When you have to use the jump mechanic, it's so bad that it's laughable, and that's just putting it nicely. The best part about this game is its graphics, unfortunately, but there's very little else, even though the gameplay ideas of the different modes, especially with the likes of the third level where you're in the bowling alley. But the problem even with that is that the games take far too long to progress, and you can be there for ages before you can even progress to the last level. So that in itself can annoy players too. There's just so many things that this game could have done better, but definitely wasn't executed in the way that it could have been, which is a shame. Another Terminator 2 game. Hopefully this is better than the last one. In this case, only just. Terminator 2 Judgment Day, the arcade game, saw ports to multiple consoles in 1991 that would take the elements from the iconic game onto the home screens. And some of the versions of this game were considered to be very, very close to that of the arcade version, especially with the likes of the SNES or Super Nintendo, along with the Mega Drive, were considered among some of the best entries. But when we look at the lower versions with the 8-bit systems, not so much. As while it's impressive that the games are running the way that they do, the gameplay was often criticised for being very repetitive and tedious overall. And to make things worse, especially when we look at the likes of the Sega Master System version, while this is an arcade shooter, it isn't compatible with the light phaser gun that you could use with the console, which definitely left a lot of questions, because that was definitely the highlight feature of it, that you needed to use a light phaser or gun. But the fact is that you couldn't use it and only use the controller. It actually made the game a lot more difficult to play, and as a result, because you're using the controller, everything moves a lot slower, which results in more sluggish gameplay. So a few minutes into this, more than likely you'll quickly get bored. It is impressive, the fact is that it's running on the system the way that it does, and the fact is everything moves the way that it should, and it has limited but decent animations with regards to the machines that appear on screen. But honestly, there are better versions of the game available out there. Tom and Jerry the movie would originally be released on the Sega Master System in 1992 and would later get ports on the Sega Game Gear and even with the Nintendo Game Boy Color and a few other systems in 1993. But the game didn't do an awful lot to really live up to the events of the movie, which at the same time didn't also receive great reviews, which sees you playing as Tom running around a variety of different levels with the aim to catch Jerry. That's always constantly trying to hinder your progress by laying down traps. But one of the major gripes with this game is it acts as an action platformer, but Jerry can go where he likes at any time, and then Tom is usually stuck with weird platforms that just appear at random at different intervals, and he can't get past them. Your only alternative is to climb up them, and you also have to contend with the screen in some of the levels moving too, as they act as kind of like a timer. So once Tom is removed from the screen or doesn't get to a certain place in time, it's considered game over and you have to try the level over again. So you have to complete a variety of different puzzles, and you have to try and get to the end point while avoiding many traps. But these platforms that appear in the levels are just weird, and in many cases shouldn't really even be there. The ideas behind the level design in this game is definitely questionable, to say the least. There could have been a lot more effort put into it, but as in with a lot of these games, clearly that wasn't the case, which is a shame really, as the game does have some fairly decent graphics for it, considering it being an 8-bit system. But in all honesty, I think that that's really the best part about the game. But it won't take you long to get frustrated and just find the game to be too tedious to really enjoy in many regards, because no sooner have you started the level, you're literally hit with a load of platforms that literally just stop you in your tracks, and you can't go anywhere until you've climbed up them, and it just becomes more frustrating than anything else. So again, this is another one that is probably best avoided at all costs, which doesn't do justice for the franchise. As we all know, anyone that grew up with cartoons, we are all familiar with Tom and Jerry, as they're among some of the greatest cartoon characters ever in existence. So a lot of these games that were coming out around that time definitely don't do this franchise justice at all. Superman would be released in 1992 in North America and would release under the name of Superman the Man of Steel in 1993 on different systems. The game would originally be released on the Mega Drive, with later ports to the Game Gear and Sega Master System, but would receive generally mixed to negative reviews, stating that while the graphics, especially in the Mega Drive version, were considered decent, the gameplay features were limited, even with regards to the overall storyline, as the game doesn't allow for the proper use of Superman's powers and abilities, as even weaker enemies can do serious damage to him, which definitely doesn't depict the overall idea behind the character. It makes him look weak, which doesn't do him justice at all. So you have to fly through a multitude of different levels, both from like a flying and side-scrolling perspective, anywhere from rooftops to different types of environments where you have to defeat robots and other enemies that are always constantly getting in your way, where you have to stop some of the many enemies from Brainiac and other well-known villains within the Superman franchise. But again, this game is just a contribution to the many series of entries that have an iconic name attached to it, but presented a lackluster experience when it was presented in a video game format. And when we look back, it just doesn't make sense how they couldn't really figure out a way of how to make these games more presentable and even make them more playable. Many of these games in most cases often felt lackluster, but just mostly unfinished, as it just felt like everything was wrong with them, like between the collision detection, even the use of power. A lot of these ideals just felt unbalanced. But in many cases, a lot of these games were developed as usually a quick cash grab to capitalise on a popular trend or movie or TV series that was coming out at the time, which is a shame because there's so much elements to some of these games that could have been 10 times better than what we originally got, and this game is no different. But things would get better, as we have looked at some of the worst games in this list, and there are better games to come, that I can guarantee. Some of them are considered to be among some of the best on the system, so we will be looking at them shortly. The Jungle Book game released on a multitude of different systems in 1994, with the Master System and Game Gear being among the long sea of titles available. While the game was based on the iconic Disney movie, the game was met with harsh criticism and reviews, but would state that probably the Sega Genesis version would be the best of the bunch with regards to its visuals and overall gameplay style. The Super Nintendo game also received mixed reviews, but still stated that it had really good graphics and good sound design. The 8-bit systems, however, wouldn't be as well favoured, as they had quite clunky gameplay aesthetics, controls. The visuals were okay, they could have been better when you consider it to other Disney games that were released on the console. When you look at the likes of the Mickey Mouse games, even the Lion King and Aladdin, they had far better graphics and visuals. The Master System and Game Gear versions just definitely suffered with its overall control systems, as the collision detection and the overall just fiddliness of the controls definitely would frustrate a lot of players. Plus, a lot of gamers often found that the soundtracks on the 8-bit systems found it to be very drony and annoying after a while. Now, myself, I personally own this game, and yeah, I can definitely attest to that. Now, I did finish it, and I played it quite a few times in my younger years. Now, I would have had a lot more patience for games back then, but I will admit, this game did definitely test me even back then. And while I did play it, I wouldn't put the same time and effort into it now. If I was to play this now today, which I did recording footage for this video, I found it to be very frustrating, and I was often questioning like, how did I even manage to spend the time playing it back then. Now, in saying that, I played a lot of games like the games are covered on this list. There's a majority of them that I did play and I actually finished them, which you might be thinking, why would you even bother? But I suppose back then I was just any excuse to play any type of game that I could get my hands on. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, I was always willing to kind of give it a go and see how I got on with it. And sometimes I just wouldn't let a game defeat me. I would just keep playing it until I gradually finished it. And in many cases I would, but once I finished it, in most cases I wouldn't play them again. Now, with regards to the Jungle Book, now I played it quite a few times, and I did like certain elements of it, but there was definitely bits that were very cumbersome and frustrating. I'm not going to deny that for a second, and anyone that's played the game will definitely understand that and know that. I'm sure you would have found it equally as frustrating in all respects. Like, if you want to play any sort of decent version, play it on 16-bit systems. It definitely is a better experience in all regards. But this version, you probably are better to just leave it as it is and look for something else. There are better Disney games on the Master System, which we will definitely look at. The movie of Hook, that starred Robin Williams, was an interesting game to say the least, as there were several different styles of video games that were released based off of the movie that contributed many elements from side-scrolling action games to point-and-click adventures. The arcade version would also be seen as a side-scrolling beat-em-up that allowed you to support up to 4 players. The console versions, however, would be more of a side-scrolling platforming adventure. It would be the PC and home computer systems with the likes of the Amiga and Atari ST that would contribute to the point-and-click adventure style of these games. So the likes of the Super Nintendo, the Sega Mega Drive, Master System and Game Gear would get more platforming approaches to the concept of the game. And in many cases, the reception was kind of varied across the board, while some games were considered fairly decent, more notably with the PC entries, as they had more of a story-driven narrative to them that reflected that seen in the movie. Even the Nintendo Game Boy versions got fairly decent reviews, but the other consoles with the likes of the Master System and Game Gear were considered the weaker versions of the game overall. Now, it's not to say that they're bad games. If anything, when we look at it compared to many other movie-inspired franchise games that we're seeing on the console, it definitely is a lot better with regards to what it offers. So the gameplay mixes up platforming and action style elements where you use weapons and magical powers to eradicate enemies, but you also mix up different gameplay styles, from jumping on different platforms to even swimming underwater, and the goal is always to reach the end of the level where you have to collect extra lives and other additional weapons and resources to level up your character that can aid in your quest for survival. And in all fairness, the Master System version isn't a half bad looking game in all respects to it. It is decent to look at, but the gameplay elements do leave a lot of questions with regards to its overall difficulty, as this game is difficult. It does take quite a while to master the specific elements within the game itself, and will take quite a few tries to fully understand the whole complexity with regards to the control and combat systems. But once you do master it, you can get a distinct feel for how the game plays, and you can find a way to get through the majority of the levels, but there will be certain hiccups along the road, especially on later levels when you're on like cliff stages, or when you're having to find your way jumping across platforms on waterfalls. Those levels will require a lot of trial and error in order to fully complete and even to win against, as they are just overly very difficult. But early on in the game, when you're not familiar, you'll find yourself even to get through the first level, because with these older games there's no real basic entry point to get you started on your journey, or like a simpler element, or it doesn't provide like a simple tutorial based level just to get you familiar with the game. You're pretty much thrown in straight away in the deep end, and let's just put it this way, you'll find that even the first level alone can be a torture to deal with at times. There's definitely an imbalance with regards to the overall difficulty of the game, especially from the early point, so that will frustrate a lot of players. But it is a decent experience the more time you do put into it. Once you can figure out all of the quirks and nuances, it definitely is better than a lot of the other movie inspired games that are out there. Not the best, mind you, but it is one that might be worth a look at for some, especially for fans of the movie. The Incredible Hulk was one of the later entries added to the lineup of Master System games that were inspired by TV shows and movies when it released in 1994. The game was released across a multitude of different systems, from the Sega Mega Drive, Master System, Game Gear, and also on the Super Nintendo. The game, while on paper would look like it would prove to be a good title, was met with mixed reviews upon its release, with critics praising the visuals and music and variety of moves at its disposal, but criticised the lack of overall controls and the lack of enemy variety, stating it to be too unfamiliar and yet repetitive at the same time. And this would be across the board on all systems pretty much. But even contributing to it, the Master System version, when we look at it, and even the Game Gear version, was quite impressive, considering it was on a lesser powered 8-bit system. The graphics held up really well. If anything, it's one of the better looking games on the Master System itself. The play is quite well, it is fast paced, it does have some distinct features that contribute to its overall characteristics. With the majority of the game you will be playing as the Hulk, but you will need to transform back into your human form in order to reach and access smaller areas that Hulk can't physically access. The only downside is when you do transform back to your human form, you virtually are too weak to withstand any damage, because 1 or 2 shots and you're dead pretty much, whereas with the Hulk you can sustain a lot more damage. But that's not to say that the game is easy even once you go into your mutated form, as you can take a lot of damage as the Hulk, and even more so on boss fights. It can be quite tricky and can be quite a long drawn out process with regards to boss fights, as it can take quite a while to defeat your opponents, and that can also add to the frustration with the overall experience. It's not the best of these type of games that's out there, but it definitely had some distinctive elements, definitely from a visual standpoint, as especially on 8-bit systems, like I said, it was definitely one of the better looking titles on those consoles. But it's still an interesting idea that is worth a look at in all regards, especially if you're fans of the comic book franchise. Predator 2, when it released in the year of 1992, tried to capitalise on the events of the movie of the same name, and in some cases the versions seen on the likes of the Sega, Mega Drive and Master System were considered to be okay ports, to say the least. If anything, they were better than many of the other movie adaptations that were released for these systems at that time, that gave you full freedom of movement to move around the screen at will, where you had to fend off and fight against a variety of different enemies that would be shooting at you in return, where you're fighting against different criminal and gang members, but you also had to avoid the ever-present predator, as he would always be lurking within the vicinity, and if he got close to you, now you wouldn't see him really as such, you'd only know he was in the area at different intervals, where a collection of dots would appear on the screen, so that would let you know that he was close by. So you would have to avoid these dots. If you got caught by them at all, it was instant game over. So you had to try and keep moving around without dying, and you also had to be aware of the fact that you had enemies shooting at you from everywhere. Like, the game had some good ideas and some good gameplay mechanics, but what was the real defining factor of this game that contributed to its overall failure was the inconsistency of the enemies. Enemies could shoot you from anywhere literally on the screen, and they could literally shoot you off the screen where you couldn't see them, but the enemies were so relentless, it was a never-ending slog trying to get through them, because the enemies were infinite. They never stopped appearing on screen, so no amount of health power-ups or weapons could really contribute to your overall success, as you were just in constant battle, and then you had to also be aware of the predator trying to take you out at different intervals as well. So with the game being fast paced and with a lot of action, on paper it should sound good, and in many cases it does offer up and live up to some of those ideals, but it's just too frustrating and too cumbersome for it to be enjoyable, because you find before long, because the enemies are so consistent and they never stop spawning, you will just find yourself quickly getting bored and frustrated, because it's just the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't add any new appeal or variety to the overall gameplay, which is a shame, because this is another one of those games that had a lot of promise. It had some good features and mechanics, but just isn't executed the way that it should have been. It could have been so much better. The Flash would make an appearance on the Sega Master System in 1993. The game also got a previous release on the Nintendo Game Boy in 1991, but very like the Flintstones game that we looked at, the game wasn't based off of any movie of sorts, but was based off of the actual TV show that was running at the time, that saw you taking on the role of this iconic character with the aim to take down the many villains that are causing havoc within the city, where you must traverse through many distinct environments with platform elements, puzzles and traps to avoid. The game did get decent reviews, but however, the one major gripe was due to the control system, as the game did have decent graphics, but the controls were very difficult to master, as it felt like you were skating on ice the whole time. The Flash could move very quickly, but you couldn't stop quickly. It just felt like every time you tried to stop, or when you jumped onto a platform, it felt like you would always slide off of it, and you would always fall into some unexpected trap. And to make things worse, coupled with the unbalance of the controls, the difficulty of the game would gradually increase as you progressed, making the game even more temperamental and frustrating for many. The game had a lot of promise, in all fairness to it, it really did, but it's just too many of those little niggles and frustrating elements just stopped it from being a top tier game. Dick Tracy, the video game, would see releases on different systems during the early 90s, more predominantly with 1991, mainly on the Sega Genesis and Master System. That would see you take on the character from the movie, fending off against a variety of different mobsters, where you play from a side-scrolling perspective, where you play through a variety of different level and genre types in each of the environments within the game, from side-scrolling action, where you have to walk, jump, duck, shoot enemies with your weapons, where you also have to engage in a variety of different sub-levels where you can earn bonus points that can contribute to you earning extra lives or health or upgrades that you will need to further progress. What's really unique about this game is that it does capture the comic book vibe from that scene in the movie, and it does do that quite well, but there are some differences with regards to the versions, as the game, yes, it did get released on the Master System and Mega Drive, but it did also get a release on other consoles as well, even with the likes of the Game Boy. The Mega Drive version, however, would be considered to be the best entry of all of these games, and yet the Master System is impressive for what it tries to do, as you have a variety of different elements that you have to be aware of from side scrolling, but you also have enemies at the top of the screen, so when you're shooting weapons you can literally shoot enemies across across the street or on different areas of the screen, but you had to use different button combinations in order to do that. With the Mega Drive version, it was easier to incorporate all of those different combinations and moves to engage with different formats. But on the Master System, however, because of the lack of buttons, you had to use different button combinations in order to do the same effect, and it wasn't as easy to do and could be very frustrating. The game was overall a lot harder as a result, which made it more difficult to really get far in the game, which contributed to its reviews of the time. It had potential, but just the difficulty of the game definitely contributed to its overall failure, which is a shame because the game definitely had promise, but it's still better than some of the entries we've seen here on this list. James Bond 007 The Duel is an action game that was released and published by Domark on the Sega Master System in 1992. The game would also get subsequent ports on the Game Gear and even the Mega Drive or Genesis. What is interesting about this version of the game, as it isn't tied to any movies specifically within the James Bond franchise, as it had its own unique story arc to it, but also used the likeness and resemblance of Timothy Dalton's version of James Bond from the movies of the time. So essentially it was considered as his last outing as James Bond. So with the game featuring an original story, it still featured some of the iconic villains from the franchise with Jaws and Oddjob, where you have to traverse different levels and platforming sections using a variety of different weapons at your disposal, from your pistol to whatever weapons you can find, while finding health items and other resources in order to survive. But you must defeat a variety of enemies while trying to reach the end objective, and in most cases you will have to face some familiar boss fights towards the end of each level. There are a total of 5 levels in the game that take you across different areas to explore, from a ship to a Caribbean island to a jungle, even an underground power plant. So it's an interesting take on this iconic franchise. While it's not considered as the best action game of its type, it definitely is an interesting look into the story behind the James Bond character. And the Master System version, in fairness, does the game justice, because it did get decent reviews across the board, so it's definitely among some of the better of these movie inspired titles, as it gets a lot right. Now the gameplay is quite slow, but once you get into it, it's fairly decent to play through. It just will take some time to get familiar with some of the control methods and the layouts of the enemy attack patterns and so forth, but it's generally one of the better games of this type on the system for sure. The Lion King game was released on multiple platforms in 1994 and is an action platform experience that sees you taking on events from the iconic movie, where you play as a young Simba that gradually evolves into his adult form as you progress, with the goal to reclaiming your kingdom, that takes you through many environments that are distinctive from the movie. And one of the best factors and most memorable elements from the game is that the artwork was created by the original artists that worked on the movie. So if we look even at the 16-bit console games, they're among some of the greatest seen of that era of games. They're definitely beautiful, and the same can be said even with the likes of 8-bit systems. The graphics on the game are among some of the best seen during that time period, especially with regards to the visuals and animations. But make no mistake, like the 16-bit versions of this game, the Master System and Game Gear versions are just as difficult and frustrating. They are very good games, mind you, but they are insanely difficult to master. I remember playing the Mega Drive version all those years ago. It was actually the first version of the game that I ever played, and I thought it was really cool. I just loved the graphics and the visual style. Definitely one of the best looking Mega Drive games I'd ever seen at the time, but even I will admit that game was ridiculous in terms of its difficulty. And the Master System version, even when to play it now years later, it's no different in terms of its difficulty. It really is frustrating and it's tough. Sometimes it can be overwhelming to fully understand what it is that you're supposed to do or where you're supposed to go at any given time, and especially in later levels where you have many of the puzzles, especially where you're on the island type levels and you have to travel and climb trees where you have the monkeys to throw you across different areas. So it's kind of like a puzzle where you have to climb on a tree, roar the monkey to get him to change his position, only to get you to be thrown to a different area so that you can keep progressing. And that can also hinder your progress, because if you don't do it the right way, it can contribute to a lot of frustration really, because if you're not sure of what to do, it would just drive you crazy. It really will. And then with the boss fights, they can be quite unpredictable with regards to the overall combat mechanics, because it's not apparent from the get-go as to what you're supposed to do, and it will take quite a few tries to figure out the process of how to defeat each of the enemies. So that too can also add to the frustrating factor of the game. But in saying that, while it does have some inherent flaws, it definitely is one of the better movie tie-ins seen on the system, and it is worth a look for sure, regardless of which version of the game you play, whether you're playing it on 16-bit systems or 8-bit systems. It is a game that is worth looking into for sure. Mortal Kombat, one of the greatest and yet most controversial video game franchises of all time, especially during its early years, saw release on multiple systems, being ported from the legendary arcade entry that would see releases on the likes of the Sega Mega Drive, Super Nintendo and other formats, but most impressively of all would be its ports on the likes of lower powered 8-bit systems. While yes, they're definitely not as good as the more powerful entries, you can't help but deny that it's very impressive to see the games of this caliber running on these older systems. And they do play fairly decently compared to other fighting games of its type. It's definitely one of the better ones out there. In fairness to it, the game got 2 of its sequels also released on the Master System, with Mortal Kombat 2 and Mortal Kombat 3 in later years, which was even more impressive. But I think the first 2 games were definitely the best on the system, because with Mortal Kombat 3 it definitely started to change up its whole gameplay style with the addition of combos, and I think the 8-bit systems really just couldn't contribute to that aesthetic, and it struggled with some of those dynamics. Whereas especially with the first game, the movement and the combat styles were a lot more simple, with sweeps, punches and simple kicks, and they were easier to execute as well. And plus you also had the addition of the fatalities in this game as well, like that of the Mega Drive, and even the stage fatalities. So it was impressive, to say the least, that you could execute these features in this game. And while it might seem like it's clunky by today's standards, which it is, it was impressive for its time and did play quite well. So it definitely was quite an impressive port, in my opinion, looking back, as I originally played the Mega Drive version during my first experience of the game, but one of my brother's friends from school had the Master System version sometime later, and I remember getting to play it and was quite impressed with it. Yes, it is very different compared to its 16-bit counterpart, but still, for those back then, because not everybody had a Mega Drive, so to get to play Mortal Kombat in any format at all was definitely an interesting time. Honestly, it definitely is one of the best fighting games on the Master System, period. Jurassic Park, the game, when it released in 1993, would be added to a variety of different consoles, with the Sega Mega Drive, Master System, Game Gear, to name but a few. The Mega Drive version was praised for its distinctive and detailed visuals that definitely reflected that of the movie, but the imbalance of some of the gameplay elements left for a very difficult experience. Although while the game was short, it was tough to play in many regards. And the same can be said with the ports on 8-bit systems, with the Master System and the Game Gear. While they were praised for their distinctive graphical style, considering them to be definitely up there among some of the better games seen on the Master System, as they really pushed the limitations of the console, but it was criticised for its overall short length and distinctive gameplay, that in many cases there was certain imbalances with regards to some of the combat physics and difficulty of certain features. The game would be easy to a certain point, but there would be certain levels where there'd be areas that would be tricky and would take quite some time to get past. But overall, that would really be the only major gripes with the game. But the game would definitely offer up different elements compared to that seen on the Mega Drive or Genesis, whereas with the first level in the 8-bit version, so you playing like from a light gun perspective, where you had to defend the Jeep from different monsters, dinosaurs and even a T-Rex that was constantly chasing you, trying to take chunks out of your vehicle. So you had to reach the end point before the vehicle was completely damaged beyond repair. So that offered a different element to the game, and it was interesting. So the remaining levels would contribute to elements seen in the Sega Mega Drive, where you had to explore different levels, use different weapons, explore and use different platforming elements in order to hunt for resources and survive enemies in order to progress. But definitely the graphical elements are its most impressive feat, and you will see it a lot more later in the game, especially on later levels. There is a really high level of detail that's associated with some of the characters and environments, so that alone is enough of a warrant to check the game out. But it's definitely not the best of these movie ports. There are better ones out there, but it's definitely one of the better ones that's seen. The Terminator is one of the most iconic movies ever created, and it was also one of the major films that put Arnold Schwarzenegger on the map, as he was the perfect fit for the role. So it would be inevitable for the film to see adaptations onto games consoles, and luckily enough the movie adaptations of this game were fairly decent across the board. When we look at the sea of other titles that came before it and after it, this was definitely one to look out for in many respects. While it was quite short in terms of its overall length, there was enough features in the game to keep you interested for some time. While the versions were quite different in many respects, like when we look at the Sega Genesis version, while it had some very decent graphics and great sound effects and visuals, the Master System and Game Gear versions would differ in distinctive ways, but also made use of the limitations of the hardware to present very unique experiences in many regards, as the game was praised for its dark and moody scenery and futuristic soundtracks, which is definitely apparent in the games. For me personally, the first game I played was the Sega Master System version of it, and even though this game was released in late 1991-1992, a whole 8 years after the film's original release in 1984, but they were fairly decent games. Make no mistake about that. Like the Master System version, yes, it can be tough to master when you first get into it, but it will take some time to get to grips with all of the distinctive elements that are in the game. That starts off seeing you playing the first level in the future, where you have to destroy the time travel device, seeing you play as Kyle Reese from the movie that goes through the events kind of before the start of the film, leading into the events of the film, that takes you from the future into the modern day at the time, 1984, where you have to rescue Sarah Connor from the Terminator, where you will have to go through a variety of different levels, from city streets to the famous Tech-Noir nightclub, to face off against the Terminator itself, then to rescue Sarah again from the police station, to the final confrontation with the Terminator in the factory towards the end. But this game definitely reflects the vibe and moody essence of that of the movie, and it does it very, very well. The game is short. Like with the Master System, if you get a good run at it, you can have the entirety of the game finished in just little under 20 minutes, and that's on a good run. But that's not to say that it's easy, because it's not. It will take a lot of attempts and many mistakes and a lot of frustrating times in order to get there. But once you master it, it's a decent experience, and it's definitely one of the better movie tie-ins on any of the consoles seen at that time. So it's definitely one to try out. Bram Stoker's Dracula, the iconic movie, would see many game ports to a variety of different systems, from 1993 all the way through to 1995, seeing releases on both console and home computers, from handheld systems to the more popular gaming systems of the time, with the likes of the Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, Sega CD, even as far as the Nintendo Game Boy, NES console, the Sega Master System, Game Gear, and even on personal computers with MS-DOS, PC and the Amiga. All versions of the game slightly differ to each other. However, the likes of the 8-bit systems with the NES and the Sega Master System and Game Gear versions were the closest rendition to each other with regards to their overall play types and style, with a mix of action and platforming elements. Visually, the games also looked very similar, but if you compare both the Master System and the NES versions, the Master System definitely looks better with regards to the overall graphics, as it had more detail with regards to the colour palette, as the NES had a limited colour palette, leading the Master System to be more bright and vibrant vibrant in its visual style. The game itself now did receive mixed reviews across the board on all of the systems it was released on, but it definitely did appeal to fans of vampire movies, as yes, it didn't fully take all of the elements seen in the iconic movie. It kind of moved away from it in terms of what it was trying to do, but definitely offered up many distinctive elements for fans of the action platforming genre, and the games themselves would be a lot better than most people would be led to believe. I personally owned Bram Stoker's Dracula on the Master System itself, as I got it in later years, and I found it to be quite a good title, if at times a bit frustrating and a little bit on the repetitive side, as you always had to find your way through levels and there was always like an end level boss that could differ in its attack patterns and had variety of different difficulty elements, but once you figured out how to deal with certain controversies around those features, you could definitely have a worthwhile experience, to say the least, but it did require a lot of time and patience because the game could be very frustrating at times. But if you liked exploring, there was definitely a lot to have in the game itself, as there was a lot of hidden areas and features and items of interest that you could find and explore, so that also contributed to the overall appeal to the game. Now, you were limited on some of the levels with regards to time, so you had to make sure that you got through as quickly as you could, but it still didn't stop you from wanting to explore to find unique weapons or items of interest, as even for me personally, that was the part of it I enjoyed the most, the exploration, trying to find all the hidden rooms, places where you would think there wouldn't be rooms, there would be rooms, or vice versa. So that's what kept you playing, and that's what added to the longevity of the experience. Not the best of these style of games, but I definitely recommend it if you're a fan of the movie, but also if you do like this style of game, as there's a lot here that contributes to it, and it takes a lot of inspiration from even the likes of earlier Castlevania games, so there's definitely a lot to be had with this experience. Star Wars is an action game that takes much of its inspiration from the events seen in the iconic movies that would be released on a multitude of different consoles, with the Master System being one of them, along with the Game Gear. That would see you playing through a variety of different styles of levels, anything from platforming and action sections to open world type environments where you're using your ship to traverse across a variety of different maps to reach different points, so that you can then go into like caves and other types of locations in order to complete objectives, fight off bosses and enemies, and collect items of interest to further progress the story. At its time, it was considered as quite an impressive idea for the game, which was heavily receptive with regards to its reviews, considering it to be one of the better movie adaptations to video games during that time. And it showed that with a bit of effort, that games of this type could shine amongst a sea of other titles that were out there, as many of them were considered to be very lackluster and just very underwhelming, to say the least. So each of the elements of the game follows specific sequences with regards to the overall storyline plot of the original movie, where you could play as Luke Skywalker and interact with a variety of other characters and iconic elements from the ever popular movie. And while the Master System version was considered decent, the Game Gear version was also well received and also provided access to a few additional exclusive levels that weren't seen on previous versions. So it gave more excuse for players to experience more elements that the game had to offer in many respects. An interesting title, and definitely one of the better movie ports seen on the system, for sure. Rocky released for the Sega Master System in 1987, and this game would combine all of the elements from the original 4 iconic movies of the franchise, where you take on the role of the iconic movie character, taking on all of the many opponents that he would have faced throughout each of the original 4 movies, where you fight Apollo Creed, Clubber Lang and Ivan Drago, with each fight consisting of a total of 15 rounds in duration, with increasing difficulty levels with regards to each opponent that you will face. You will have the ability to play in variety of different game modes with training regimes in between fights to level up your character to get you ready for the next altercation. The game would also give you access to a 2-player mode so that you can play the game with your mates. Now, when we look at it in the grand scheme of things, compared to other boxing or sports games that were out at the time, the game itself didn't really offer anything new, but what the game was highly praised for was its unique visuals. As for its time, it was definitely one of the best looking games seen on the Master System console. It definitely brought the vibrancy and the iconic nature of the movies to life on the video game screen, with all of the unique colours and assets and environments that Rocky fought in, that definitely appealed to that nature. So it definitely reflected the qualities of the movie and did it quite well. It's an interesting title, it's fun to play. Yes, it is difficult, but it is a good blast to play with your mates, and even the single player experience will provide enough challenge for you to really take things to the next level. It's definitely one of the better movie tie-ins seen on the console for sure, and it's definitely one that I highly recommend you check out. The Ghostbusters video game released across a multitude of different consoles not long after the film's release, but would get later ports onto a variety of home console systems quite a few years later. The game predominantly was set to be favoured on the Commodore 64 amongst a sea of other home computers of the time, and these games would gradually be ported over to later systems that tried to capitalise on the popularity of the iconic movie, which for me personally is my favourite movie of all time. So getting to play the Sega Master System version of the game was a highlight in all respects, and I quite enjoyed it for what it offered. Mind you, it was tricky, and it is very different to a lot of other games that were released on later systems. Like if you compare the Master System version to the Sega Mega Drive version, it's a completely different game. The Mega Drive version is more of an action platformer, whereas the Master System and even other versions of the game that came before it on the likes of the NES, even on the PC, the Atari 2600, even with the Commodore 64, it acted more as like a strategy game that had open world type of elements that allowed you to move around the map, to slow down the ghosts, to stop them from completely destroying the entirety of the city, all while you were trying to capture ghosts to build up enough money so that you could get to the end of the game. And then when you did get to the end of it, there were some subtle differences regarding of the versions that you got, but you also had to try to get past the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from squishing you to death to get into the hotel, or to get into the apartment block to get to the top so that you could fight off in the last and final confrontation against Gozer. So there was a lot of elements in the game that added many different gameplay styles, which was unique in its own right. Although while considered as quite short, there was a lot of strategy involved, but there was definitely a lot of fun elements as well, especially with the car scenes where the game would transition into you driving the Ecto-1 and you had to speed to a certain area or location so that you could try and get involved in encounters with the many different ghosts that were haunting various buildings throughout the city. So if you managed to capture them, you would get money which you could then put into better equipment so that you could keep leveling up until you could get to the end of the game. So it was pretty cool, but if at any point you lost all your money or if the city got completely damaged, it would be game over. But that being said, later on in the game it also got equally more difficult if you lost all of your characters on the apartment scene when you're trying to get to the top of the tower and defeating all of the ghosts along the way. And then equally as such, if you face off against Gozer at the end, it can be quite tricky to figure out his attack patterns, and a lot of it will come down to trial and error in order to defeat him. I found that many times over the years playing the game. It was very frustrating, but at the same time enjoyable. And one of the interesting facts with it as well that definitely helped was the fact that you could enter in specific cheat codes that would give you additional resources and money, so that could make the game a little bit easier for you, so you wouldn't have to worry about getting to the end as such. A tricky game to master, and while it didn't receive the best in terms of reviews, it sold very well across the board on all systems that it was released on. But then considering it was also part of one of the biggest movie franchises ever to exist, it was only natural that the game would sell in high numbers. And it is a fairly decent port that tries to offer a variety of different gameplay styles into the mix. While not everybody may have enjoyed it, some like myself definitely did, but it definitely appeals to a different dynamic of player. But if you're a fan of Ghostbusters and you want to try something a little bit different, there's no harm in trying out these earlier versions of the game, the Master System one for me being one of the best of those original titles. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, released on computer systems and even in the arcade, would try to capitalise on the success of the iconic movie. Now the arcade version was very different compared to the console versions, with the Mega Drive and Master System being very similar in their approach, acting more so as a side-scrolling style beat-em-up, where you had to explore a variety of different levels searching for kidnapped children. So you had to utilise a variety of different combat moves and kicks and punches at your disposal while using featuring a variety of specific and special dance moves that allowed you to eliminate all of the enemies on screen at once. And what was cool about this feature was that when you played these elements, especially on the Master System version, it played out a segment from some of Michael Jackson's iconic music tracks with their own distinctive animations that contributed to the whole experience. So it was definitely a highlight reel in that respect. The Mega Drive version was impressive with some great visuals and sound effects, and especially with the music, but the Master System version is equally as impressive, as it in its own right helped to push the console to its limits, and it has some of the best sound and movie quality effects for a Master System game that you could possibly see for its time. Definitely the music is its highlight reel, make no mistake about that. I personally owned the game growing up. I got it for Christmas one year and I couldn't believe how good it was. Yes, it's tough and it's frustrating. If I would say one thing, the major gripe that I had with the game, it takes a while to get used to the various specifics with regards to the level layouts and design, trying to find where kids are to save them, but the most frustrating part of the game is definitely the final encounter with the last boss, as you transform into one of the mech versions of Michael's transformations that you would see in the film, where you play as a ship and you have to shoot lasers at distinctive elements that would appear on screen, and it's so over the top and so frustrating that will drive you absolutely crazy. I kid you not, when enemies shoot lasers at you, they can hit you from anywhere and they actually home in on you, so they track you. So no matter where you move on the screen, they can still hit you, and it takes a lot of faffing around and last minute moves to avoid them, but even at that, there's no guarantees that you will avoid them. There's a lot of trial and error involved in this last segment of the game, and that's the most frustrating element of it. If anything, that's what stops it from being a really fantastic game. It's just that last section, because the rest of the game, for me personally, I really enjoyed. It's just that last encounter with the final boss is definitely its Achilles heel for sure. But regardless of that, it's definitely one of the better movie tie-ins on the Sega Master System that I definitely recommend you check out, even just to listen to the music tracks alone with the special moves, as it's definitely its highlight feature, and the music is very distinctive of that of the legendary classics that we all grew up and listened to, and considering it's played using 8-bit tunes, it's actually very, very good. So it's definitely one that I would consider to try out 100%. Rambo First Blood Part 2 originally started off life on the Master System in Japan in 1986 under the game Ashura, which was a completely different style of game that had a variety of different characters that you could play as. But when the game was added to the North American audience, it was rebranded under the Rambo license that allowed you to play as the iconic movie character. The game would also be released in Europe, but would also go under the name of Secret Command, which would remove the Rambo license entirely, so only the North American release had the Rambo license tied to it. And what was different about this game compared to other movie ports was the fact that you could play 2-player, and it played from a top-down perspective, so it was an action kind of shooter, and in many cases for its time is often considered as one of the best movie ports ever on consoles, as you could play co-op with your mates, so it added to the experience where you could fight against a variety of different enemies that would attack you, and you also had to fight off against tanks, helicopters, and you had to avoid explosions, bullets, and pretty much anything that got in your way. Now the game was tough, make no mistake about that. It was challenging, but the more you put into it, the more you got out of it. It was a very intensive but very rewarding experience, and is considered by many to be one of the best games on the Master System, and definitely one of the best movie ports that ideally you should try out, regardless of which version you play. Now in hindsight, some of the versions will slightly differ in terms of its gameplay mechanics, especially with the Japanese version, because it's a very different game in its own right. While it does have the over-the-top play perspective, some of the elements and gameplay mechanics do differ slightly compared to the version of Rambo that was seen in North America. But it is definitely one of the best 2-player and co-op experiences that you can have on the Master System, without a doubt. So it's highly recommended that you try it out. A definite worthwhile experience. Rambo 3 would be another port of the iconic movie franchise. that would be released on multiple different gaming systems in the late 80s, mainly with earlier 8-bit systems and even with the Sega Master System in 1989, and would be a port of the arcade title of the same name. There would be a version added to the Sega Mega Drive in 1989 that consisted of 6 levels with different types of objectives that you must complete in order to finish off each mission. With the variety of different versions of the games that were out there, the home computer versions with the likes of the ZX Spectrum, the Atari ST, Amiga, Commodore 64 and Amstrad CPC versions have lesser missions in them but differ drastically compared to the console versions. If we look at the Master System version, however, the game is quite impressive. It does support the light gun or light phaser accessory, which is definitely a must for this game, as it is very tough if you're playing it with a controller. But it's definitely considered to be one of the best light gun games on the console itself, and if anything, one of the best movie tie-ins seen on the console, which has some very impressive graphics. Considering this was on an 8-bit console, the graphics are definitely a lot better than most games that you would have seen out there during this time. Considering this was released in the late 80s, it definitely pushed the power of the console to its limits. But that's not to say that it's an easy game. This is one very tough game, but at the same time will be much easier if you had access to the light phaser controller, which is definitely a must for the best overall experience. Aladdin, when it released on gaming systems in 1994, took heavy inspiration from the ever popular movie that was released in and around that time, but would see a variety of different gameplay styles depending on the different systems that it was released on. The Sega Master System and Game Gear platforms seen the game as a side-scrolling platform and adventure game, but that would differ slightly with 16-bit consoles that saw it as more of an action platformer, as there was a lot more weapons-based combat and more challenging gameplay overall in terms of puzzle solving and that to progress. But if we look at the visuals, especially on the 16-bit systems, they're among some of the best ever seen on the Sega Mega Drive or even on the Super Nintendo. They're visually stunning and they still hold up very well even today. But that doesn't take away from the 8-bit systems. If anything, the game's got very good reviews across the board, and one of the main compliments was the gorgeous graphics and backgrounds across all of the systems, even the 8-bit systems. Even this version of Aladdin on the Master System, while the gameplay is a little bit more simplistic to that of a 16-bit systems, as you're spending more time more so running and just jumping over platforms and avoiding obstacles while looking for items, it's still one of the better looking games on the console itself, and it's definitely one of the better looking Disney games. If anything, when we look at movie inspired games and even also Disney games, there is also a mixed factor with regards to the overall quality, but I think Aladdin, in my own opinion, is definitely the best movie inspired game that was released by Disney on the system, with regards to its gameplay style, its features and the overall elements that just make it different and unique to everything else that was out there. It is definitely one of the best of the movie inspired games, that's for sure. That's to say, if you wanted something different from the likes of the 16-bit entries, this here will definitely be a good alternative. While there's not as many action elements in the game, but it does provide a very different and worthwhile experience, so it's definitely recommended that you try it out. Alien 3 is a run and gun action adventure game that is a port of the iconic movie of the same name that was released on consoles and home computers in 1992, that took a lot of elements from the film and brought it to the gaming screen, and did a very good transition in that regard, as it was one of the best of its kind in terms of movie inspired games to ever be released during that time. As when we look back over the history of movie ports of games, when you look at the likes of games we've previously covered in this video with Home Alone, The Addams Family, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, some of the most iconic movies ever, but yet they failed to deliver with their game ports. But that wasn't the case with the Alien 3 game, as pretty much in every format that it was released on, yes, they were very different in what they offered, but they all presented very distinctive and worthwhile yet challenging experiences that were definitely worth trying. Now, the 16-bit consoles with the likes of the SNES and the Mega Drive were definitely the definitive versions of the games, as they had the best graphics, great soundtracks, and they just were very good titles. The 8-bit versions of the games were equally as good in most regards, But if we compare the differences between both the Master System and the NES version, yes, the NES version is decent for what it does represent, but the Master System version is definitely better in terms of its overall sound design, colour graphics, and just overall visual display, and its overall gameplay aesthetic. It is a better all-round game. But regardless of which version you had access to the game on, you would have had a good experience regardless. And it, like I said, it definitely is without a doubt one of the best movie adaptations that you could see on systems during that time. And the Master System is no different. Great graphics, it had a great soundtrack, and definitely one of the best games of its kind. If anything, it is right up there with among some of the best games on the system, in fairness to it. And it also gave access to a 2-player mode, so you could play it with your mates, taking like turns to complete levels and so forth. So there was a lot to be had here. Now the game is challenging, don't get me wrong about that, where you are very restricted with regards to ammo, resources, and more specifically time, because every level consists of you trying to find and rescue survivors, and you have to do it within a very confined set of levels, all within a very restrictive time limit. So in many cases it will take multiple tries to get familiar to your surroundings so that you can tell where all prisoners are, so that you have any chance of finding the best route possible to get through the level in the quickest possible time. Because if at any point you run out of time, it's instant game over and you'll have to start the level again. Now I owned the Master System version back years ago as a kid, and I have to say I thought it to be a very, very worthwhile experience, and for me personally it was one of my favourite games that I ever played on the console. There was just so much about it that contributed to the longevity of it. I'd find myself always going back to play it time and again because it was always challenging. There was always something different about it to explore, areas to discover, what you might not get access to in the first playthrough you were definitely trying to find out more about in later playthroughs. So if you liked exploration, the game definitely had you covered in that respect. Definitely one of the best movie adaptations of any game on the Master System or on any console, and just one of the best overall games in my opinion on the Master System itself. That is worth a try. I highly recommend it. When Batman Returns released on consoles around 1992 and 1993 that tried to capitalise on the iconic movie, we would be met with a variety of different gameplay styles depending on the platform that you would play the game on. If you were playing the game on the likes of the Sega CD, the game would act as a vehicular combat game, but if you played it on the likes of the Amiga or the PC, it would be either a beat 'em up or action adventure game. The same can be said for the likes of the Super Nintendo, which would act as an all-out beat 'em up, which would be in the same vein of the likes of Final Fight and Streets of Rage. But then on the Mega Drive, it was totally different. It did have some beat 'em up elements, but acted as more of an action platformer. And the same can be said on 8-bit systems with the Game Gear and Sega Master System, that also had action platforming elements, but differed in many ways to that seen on the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis. Whereas on the Mega Drive, Batman had full use to his arsenal of weapons and even the grappling hook, and you could throw batarangs and even different types of special abilities to defeat enemies and take damage out of more tougher opponents. On the Master System and Game Gear, it was a different experience, as Batman had like a batarang or like a boomerang that you could throw at enemies, but instead of having a health bar, you would be met with instant death upon hits. If an enemy hit you at any point, you would instantly lose a life. But you could gain a variety of different power-ups that could lengthen the reach of your grappling hook and even the batarang itself, of how far it could go in order to reach enemies from further afield. But you still have all of the quirky elements that would have been seen in original games, where you could use your cape in order to glide to different points at the level, which was really cool. One of the distinct features, more predominantly on the Master System version, is that you had access to a selection of different level varieties. Depending on the level that you were on, there was different routes that you could take, and each route would contribute to a different difficulty level. If you went through the first route, you had an easier approach to the level. Now, not to say that the game was easy, the game was really, really tough, but if you went through the second route, it would be a lot more challenging, a lot more difficult, and you had a lot more jumps and things that you had to grapple onto. Plus, if at any point, like with any platform game, if you fell out of the screen, instant death. With Batman Returns, it was no different. You would instantly lose a life and you'd be respawned on the screen. But just the second route on any of the levels was always a lot more difficult than the first route. for it. But it was a good entry point, and it offered a lot of replay value to the game. So if you were playing on your first playthrough, you would ideally pick the first route on every level, which was 5 in total, that had a few different areas to explore. And then when you got more comfortable with the game and you wanted more of a challenge on your next playthrough, then you would play through all of the second routes that you could take, which again would definitely provide more of a challenge. So it was definitely a really cool aspect to it. And in many ways, the Master System in a lot of regards, even though it's more simplistic in how it approaches itself, it was often considered as one of the better versions of the release or port of this game for gaming systems, which is quite weird when you think about it. You would expect the more powerful systems to have better adaptations to the game. Now don't get me wrong, I played this game both on the Master System and on the Sega Mega Drive, and I absolutely love the Sega Mega Drive version, even though there's a lot of debates around the difficulty, which that is a seriously difficult game, I'm not going to deny that. But the one thing I loved about that game was the graphics. It had some of the best graphics ever seen on a Mega Drive game, plus for me it's got one of the best soundtracks as well. The soundtrack for that game is phenomenal, very memorable and iconic. But at the same time, a lot can be said for the Master System version. It offers a lot of challenging gameplay. If anything, it's one of the best action platformer games on the Master System, hands down, and it's definitely one of the best movie adaptations to any sort of movie game that's seen on the console itself. And like, while we've covered a lot of games that vary and differ in quality across the board, from absolutely terrible to okay and in between, but then we have some of the better games with the likes of this one here, and there's Alien 3 and a few others. But Batman Returns, in all honesty, is definitely, it could actually be possibly the best movie adapted game on the system, in fairness to it, because there's a lot of contributing factors, there's a lot of replay value, and it does have some very nice graphics for its time, and it definitely captures the essence of the Batman aesthetic really, really well. And it is just a lot of fun to play. While challenging, it is a lot of fun. So I definitely recommend that you try out this game if you haven't done so already. Last Action Hero, when it released on multiple consoles in 1994, was pretty much slated from the get-go and met with much criticism with regards to reviews. Honestly, like, if you spend time playing these games, in many ways there's different styles available depending on the format you're playing the game on. With more powerful systems, you have like a side-scrolling beat-em-up style affair, but then you have more platforming elements with lower powered systems. But regardless of which version that you play as, there's not really much in terms of variety overall, and with the reviews stating that the game is just lackluster and just felt very uninspiring. If anything, it's impossible nearly to play the games. You have to collect tokens as you progress throughout each of the levels, and you have to defeat opponents, and you have to fight off against different types of bosses. But the truth is that the game is so difficult and so clunky in its approach that even to fight even the very first enemy in the game, they will defeat you every time, because you can hit them maybe once or twice, but because your character is so slow and sluggish, they can counteract your punches literally and hit you once and knock you on your backside, and then to get up, and then when you go to run at them, they just punch you again, and it's just a constant slog trying to defeat a single enemy. And even if you time your attacks, you might get away with it once, but then what will happen is then you're met with other challenges where you have to jump over a variety of different like pits that will appear where you'll fall to your death. And in typical old school fashion, the level of length with regards to some of these jumps, because the control system and the collisions are so bad, that you almost have to be nearly falling off the edge to make a jump long enough to even reach the next part. But that's where the problem lies. You could end up doing that jump 100 times and still never get near it. Even if you look like you've landed on the platform that you're intending to jump on, the collision detection is so bad that it actually makes you fall through the end part of that platform right back down to where you started, or even in down to a pit to your death. So there's no guarantees that you will even get a good run at it. That's always the problem with these games. They're so poorly designed. Even after a few minutes of playing this Game Gear version, it's the exact same. Regardless of which version you play this game on, it's just poor, like really, really bad. They're so poorly designed. In all honesty, when you look at even other games, even like Home Alone for instance, they're a complete waste of a movie license. But at the same time, it was always a case where companies always wanted to capitalise off the trends of these movies, but they had very limited resources and time frames in which to develop these games for, and more often than not, they hadn't a clue how to design the games or what they really wanted to do from it. And the end result was always something that had a good idea on paper but just was poorly executed. Even simple platforming elements was always poorly executed. Like even like silly jumps, poor combat physics, bad collision detection. Like in many cases the games are just an apparent mess. Now I don't like to be disrespectful of games, I really don't, and I do respect that there was time and effort put into developing these games. But the truth is when we look back, these games could have been so much better. If you're going to produce games of this quality, you may as well not produce them at all. But even that landscape still is apparent today. We see like indie development games being brought out, and a lot of them are not great. But at the same time, these are also coming from people that are only starting out in game design, so you can understand their lack of experience, and in many cases just trial and error trying to figure things out. And the thing is, they do gradually improve. But the problem with these older games, these were coming from established companies with big massive budgets, but yet all they were doing was just throwing out games. Just, it was like a mass production kind of thing, just get it out there, make as much money as possible and deal with it later, or not deal with it at all. And unfortunately, more often than not, especially with these movie inspired games, all you got was complete trash. Like I said, I hate slating games, I really do, but you can't deny what's in front of you. The game is virtually unplayable. You will not even get past the first level, and if you get past one element, you'll die on the next element. That's just plain to be seen, and it's not worth your time. In all fairness, you are better off looking for alternatives, because there are ones available on these systems. This just is not one of them. Disney's Ariel the Little Mermaid was released on Sega consoles in the year of 1992 that sees you take on the role of the iconic Disney character, completing various objectives and traversing around different types of undersea level or open world type maps where you have to collect items of interest in order to progress. This game would also be poorly received upon its release, with many stating it to be the worst Disney game ever made, regardless of whichever console it was on. If you've played the Game Gear version, and even with the Master System version that was released a few years later by Tectoy for the Master System in Brazil, the games can be quite clunky and slow, very sluggish, and the overall gameplay, the frame rates just seem to be very off-putting because the game just seems to lag when it's playing, so it doesn't really present a really good experience. If anything, you'll find the game to be very repetitive. I found that even just moments into playing the game, you're pretty much just doing the same thing over and over again. The collision detection, everything about the game just feels like it was poorly designed. Now I have even played the Genesis version, and to be honest, it isn't much better. It just has better graphics, but essentially the same issues are apparent in that version as well. When we look at the history of many of the Disney games that came out, yes, there were some that were questionable, but there was a lot of them that actually seen great heights of success. But I suppose it's a varied and mixed bag when it comes to movie quality games on these systems, especially in the earlier years of consoles. They were always hit and miss. You'd always get some that were really good, but then there was a lot of them that really were just very low quality. And unfortunately, this is one of them. So to put it simply, if you want to play a good Disney game, this isn't it. If anything, this is one of the games that you definitely should avoid. The Addams Family was released across various different consoles between the years of 1992 and 1993 that tried to capitalise off the events of the famous movie of the same name. The game was developed by Flying Edge and acted as a platformer that gave you free reins to explore many different environments as the game approaches from a non-linear style perspective, where you can explore outside of the family's mansion, even within the realm or the rooms of the mansion, and each area has its own challenges and puzzles in order to solve. And while that might seem good on paper, it isn't executed the way that it could have been, as the game is quite clunky and very unforgiving with regards to its collision detection and its use of puzzles and even traps. The game does have nice graphics, however, that's definitely its best feature, but literally everything in the game, even items in the environment, moving platforms, everything that touches you can pretty much kill you, so it doesn't leave for an all-out great experience. You will find it more frustrating than anything else. If you've played the Master System version, it's essentially the same game but just on a different format. It plays exactly the same, has the same graphics, same use of textures, pretty much the same features all around, just on a handheld system. Not the best game on this list, but if you're a fan of the movie, you could try it out, but just be known that it's definitely a tough one to master and it will test your patience. Home Alone, as we all know, is one of the most successful movies of all time. So it was no surprise that the film was going to get some sort of video game adaptation, and we would see a multitude of them that would be released across many different systems from the years of 1991 to 1992. But each version of the game, depending on the platform, would be a slightly different experience. If we look at the 8-bit systems with the Master System and also the Game Gear, they are very different. The Master System is probably the most different experience in terms of how it plays, as you pretty much start off straight away in a variety of different houses where you have to evade the wet bandits and try to find all of the items of interest so that you can hide them from the thieves. Whereas with the likes of the Game Gear version is completely different. It has similar play styles once you go into the houses, but the game starts off with you outside. If you ever played the Mega Drive version, it's actually pretty much a carbon copy of the Mega Drive or Genesis version of the game. You start off outside on a sleigh in a kind of like an open world map, and you have to skate around or slide around the environments, and you have to follow the van in which the bandits are in. And once they go to one of the houses within your neighbourhood, you then have to go into the house and try and stop them from stealing everything. But that's where the game pretty much falls apart, because it is very, very tough. You have certain weapons that you can use to stun your enemies, but it doesn't take long for them to get back up, and they always catch you no matter what you do. And then they'll always put you in a position where you're hanging off a wall or a chandelier, and you have to try and wriggle to get yourself free to try and continue on with your mission. But sure, before long the bandits are after you again and they'll catch you, and before long they'll have the house burgled, which means then you'll have failed the mission, and then you have to go and continue on that repetitive nature for each house in the game. Regardless of which version of the game, they are very repetitive. If anything, the only game that I could see that got any sort of positivity around it was the Master System version, saying that they liked the graphics and the music, but everything else about the game was just not great at all. If anything, it's often considered as one of the worst movie tie-ins of a film license ever in existence. As I said, the game just really didn't live up to the heights of the movie, and if anything, game should never have been developed for them, because like with movies of such a high caliber, it is very hard to transition it into a video game format. There was even versions of the game later released on the likes of the PlayStation 2 even years later, and even at that point, and this is almost 20 years later, they still couldn't get that right. It was still considered as one of the worst games on the PlayStation 2. So regardless of what format it's on, nobody seems to be able to understand or even know how to approach an idea for this game, regardless of what they're able to do with it. They always end up trying something and it just never works. Sometimes this is proof that not all great movies should be transitioned into games, and this is clear proof of that. So these are just a series of games that ideally look good on paper, but they are best avoided in all respects. Cliffhanger, the game, was released across a variety of different systems from 1993 and later in 1994 that tried to capitalise off of the popularity of the movie of the same name. But that's pretty much where it begins and also ends, as the game does differ in terms of its play style depending on which format you're playing on. If you're playing on 16-bit systems, the game tries to act more like a beat 'em up in likes of Double Dragon, even Streets of Rage style, but it's definitely not as good as some of those games. If anything, it's a lesser quality game in many respects. But when we get to the 8-bit versions, especially with the likes of the Game Gear, even on the NES, the game was heavily criticised for its lack of variety and repetitive gameplay, with clunky controls, collision detection, and just very silly use of puzzles and jumps, with the majority of traps. I don't know what it is with these older games, but when we get to certain points, especially with jumping traps or puzzles, the gaps between the jumps are so far ahead that you literally have to time everything almost to a point that you're nearly about to fall off before you can make a jump. But the collision detection is so bad in most of these games that there's still no guarantees that you'll make the jump. Even though you thought you've made it, you'll still fall to your death or fall into a pit of spikes or something like that. And it just leaves it very frustrating that you have to try the game and lose all of your lives and continues, and you have to keep playing it about 100 times before you can get one good jump. And then what'll happen is you'll die in the next section because you'll be met with another similar section or use of enemies that'll just kill you with a couple of hits and it's game over anyway. So that's how annoying these games can be, and Cliffhanger is unfortunately a victim to that. Having spent time playing it, very quickly you'll find that this is just a mess. It's not really worth your time, and unfortunately, even with regards to reviews, it was slated across magazines, and the game was also given an award as the worst movie to game tie-in of 1994 by Electronic Gaming Monthly. So that will tell you essentially how bad the game is, which is a pity, but it goes back to saying that the majority of these games were always built off of the popularity of movies that were out at the time. But the problem is that the budgets were always heavily leaned into trying to acquire the license to make the games, but very little else was being done. So what would usually happen is that it was always left with a very limited or strict time limit in terms to get a game out, just to make sales. And unfortunately, most of the games that we got were complete shambles, and this here is living proof of that. Yes, it's playable to a certain degree, but you won't get very far in the game. Only die-hard fans that would have sat down and played it years ago would have been able to get something out of it, but very few, like the rest of us, would have just walked away from it, in fairness. I think your money would be better spent elsewhere, in all fairness. Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, released on various different gaming systems in 1994. They tried to capitalise on some of the success from the movie itself. Now, depending on the versions that you played or had access to, there was a different variety of gameplay styles. If you played on 16-bit systems with the likes of the Genesis, the Super Nintendo, even with the Atari Jaguar, you were met with more of a fighting game, more in the vein of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. But whereas with 8-bit systems, it was more of a side-scrolling action beat-em-up style game, which was completely different from its more powerful systems. While the more powerful systems did host better graphics and visuals and gameplay, and they were very good looking for their time, the game still wasn't met with great reviews, stating the game to be quite repetitious, but at the same time also heavily difficult. It was very hard to win fights, even when you're progressing through the story, as you could have to fight multiple enemies at the same time, and more often than not they would usually do more damage to you than you would to them. And the same can pretty much be said in the 8-bit renditions, because I even played the game on the Master System, and even recently with this video I played the Game Gear version. Now the Game Gear and the Master System version are pretty much identical in every respect. There really is no difference, but they do become very repetitive very quickly. Both 8-bit renditions of the game, they do have sound effects, but there's no background music when you're playing in the levels, so it doesn't really add any depth. It just doesn't really give you anything at all, because I do believe that music plays a lot to the ambience and the overall atmosphere that the game presents, but if there's no background music, it's very hard to really get involved or to get excited about the experience. And I think the game, right, it has some features with regards to combat, but it gets repetitive because you have the same type of enemies, and like a beat 'em up style, you can get to a certain point in a level, but you have to defeat all of the enemies within that area before you can move forward. And unfortunately, you'll find that you're just fighting continuous waves over and over again while avoiding traps and so forth, and it just becomes a lackluster affair, and the lack of background music only adds to that demise, unfortunately. Again, it's another list of games that look good on paper, but definitely could have been better in all respects. However, if you do want to play any version of the game, you're better to go for the 16-bit versions, as they are better, but again, they're still difficult. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade would see ports of the game being released across a variety of different consoles over the years between 1989 and 1994. Depending on the platform you had access to the game on would present somewhat of a different experience, but the majority of consoles usually contributed to like a platformer or action game. But in stating that, the game was very, very difficult. Although it did capture the look and feel of elements seen in the movie, it wasn't depicted in the way that it should have been. But despite that, the game still got fairly decent reviews when we think of how difficult the game is. When we look at it in today's sense, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because the game is ridiculously difficult. The game has great graphics, don't get me wrong, but the controls can be finicky. The collision detection is quite simply atrocious. Everything can literally kill you. If you fall more than 10 feet off a ledge, you're dead pretty much instantly. And there's so many jumps and finicky elements that will cause you to just die many times over. But despite those flaws, the game managed managed to sell across all systems in massive numbers, selling, basically making millions across the board with regards to sales on all platforms, which is insane. And I think it was because of the fact is that the game was being sold based off of the iconic movie alone, and that's what greatly helped it. If it had to have been a different variety of game or under a different name, it definitely would not have sold in the high numbers that it acquired. Many of these movie tie-ins do look good on paper, but when you go to actually play them, they take a lot of patience, let's just put it that way. They're not always as well executed as they could have been. There are some elements that do stand out, but for me personally, having spent time playing the game, it's just very repetitive, and in many cases it's just overly difficult because enemies, you're walking around with a whip, but yet they have guns, and if they shoot you once or twice you're dead, which obviously is realistic in that sense. But if you fall off a cliff more than 10 feet, you literally will lose all your health and you die straight away, and everything hits you. And especially when you're in cave levels, like literally from the start, it doesn't matter what you seem to do, there's so much trial and error involved that it takes ages just to get past one section of the game, only to met an even more difficult section or something silly will happen and you'll end up dying anyway. So it just doesn't contribute to an overly good experience. Now, I have played the Master System version and it's exactly the same. Like the Game Gear version is exactly just a carbon copy of the Master System version in all respects. It plays exactly the same. There really is no difference to it. Like, I generally don't like to hate on games, which I don't. I always try to see the positives, and there is some distinctive elements. Like the graphics, I will admit, are phenomenal in the game. That's definitely its best feature, but the game is just too difficult and too frustrating to really make it a good experience, and that seems to be the case across the board. So if you're a fan of Indiana Jones, then it might be worth a try, but for fans or for people that know of these type of frustrating games, might want to give it a miss, because it won't do you any favours in the long run. It will only annoy you even more, and it's not really worth the time and effort in order to experience these games if they're just going to drive you mad. RoboCop 3 is kind of a mixed bag when we look in the grand scheme of video game adaptations based off of movies, as the game was released on multiple platforms anywhere between the years of 1991 to 1993, and it's kind of weird because the game got, in most cases, depending on the platform it was on, it got very good reviews, but then it got mixed average reviews later on, which is kind of hard to believe when you think of it, because it's also depending on the platform. One thing that's apparent across the board is its overall level of difficulty, and the major gripes with regards to the gameplay aesthetics, collision detection, the combat elements. It's weird to see a game with so many flaws get such high in reviews, which doesn't really make sense, because while the game was heavily categorised, but it's also considered in the modern day as one of the worst movie adaptations out there because of the level of difficulty and just the unbalance in the gameplay. Like, even if we take a look at the Game Gear version, it's apparent straight away, like, it does have some fairly decent visuals, although it does and can play and come across quite repetitive very quickly. But the sheer level of difficulty in this game is absolutely ridiculous. Even to get past the first level is an absolute nightmare and a slog, because with the imbalance of the gameplay, and this was stated across many other editions of the game depending on the platforms, enemies can completely shoot you anywhere off the screen. Even if they're a good bit away from you, they can still see you at any point, and they can be shooting at you before you've even entered into their field of view. So you're taking damage pretty much all the time without you even having the chance to defend yourself. And coupled with that, as you do have very limited amounts of ammunition, it takes so long to put enemies down that you're usually dead before you have a chance to really do anything. And then if you come across more powerful enemies, once they get close to you, you're almost dead instantly. So there's a serious lack of balance with the gameplay, and if you played it, you'll know how frustrating it is. Even going back to playing it, recording this video, you can clearly see that things haven't changed. It is one of the most frustrating games that you can play, so the reflective reviews really don't do it justice in terms of how bad most of these elements are. From a visual standpoint, it does look decent. If anything, that's definitely its best characteristic, but it's just its play style, controls, everything else that comes with it is just so bad. And then when we look at a year later, in 1994, RoboCop vs Terminator came out, and that was a completely different experience. That game was fantastic, although it did have its flaws too, but that was a really good mix of action and combat with some great visual elements thrown in, and also one of the most violent games on systems at that time as well. But RoboCop 3 really doesn't do the series justice in all regards. You will be frustrated by it, you will not believe how annoying it can be, and in most cases it's probably just best to be avoided. Tom and Jerry the movie saw a release originally on the Sega Master System and Game Gear, would later port to the Sega Genesis sometime later, but the game would be met with harsh criticism regarding reviews, stating it to be one of the worst movie adaptations pretty much ever made, as the movie itself didn't get overly great reviews anyway. That sees you taking on the role of Tom trying to chase after Jerry, where they find a map that has treasure tied to it, and Jerry steals the map, so it's your job to try and get it back. But what you'll be met with is, while the graphics are decent in the game, you have to play through a variety of different environments. The only downside of the game is that Tom is completely limited to where he can move, as he has random platforms that are situated within the levels that block your movement, and you have to keep climbing and jumping and avoiding them in order to progress, whereas Jerry can move wherever he likes. But there are some subtle differences regarding the 8-bit versions. With the Master System edition, you play on completely different levels, but at the end of each level, once you capture Tom, that's it. You can literally move on to the next stage. But with the Game Gear version, it's different. You have a different set of stages to play through, but at the end of each level, you've got like a mini boss that acts as more like a protector for Jerry, and you have to try and avoid it, like either a dog or some form of animal that always will keep knocking you back and stopping you from trying to get near Jerry. So you have to try and find a way either to lure into a trap, or you have to try and avoid it by using any means possible, either jumping over it or whatever it is you can do, but it's very, very hard to do. And in some cases, this is where the game kind of glitches out. There's a lot of really unusual elements to stop it from really working a lot of the time, and just by sheer luck in many cases that you'll be able to finish the level. So by adding in these distinctive elements also adds more negativity to the gameplay as in all respects to it, because it's not a great game to play by any means, as it is very lackluster in how it approaches itself, but having those dodgy style elements towards the end of each level just makes it for a very lackluster and almost unplayable experience, because in some cases, depending on certain situations, you may not even be able to complete a level, as it boils down to luck whether you'll get past those elements or not, because you have to try and avoid them in order to get to Jerry. But in some cases you can't do that because the game does tend to bug out when you're playing it, which, like I said, in most cases can make the game virtually unplayable to a degree. It's probably best left avoided in all respects. If you want to play any edition of the game, the Master System would be the better version, but the Game Gear version nowhere near as good. The Superman game, when it released on multitude of systems in 1992 and in 1993, was a mixed bag in terms of its overall gameplay aesthetics and style, often stated as one of the worst games of its kind, as while not fully inspired by events of the movies, it had some adaptations between that and elements seen in the likes of the comic books and even the cartoon series. But there was always, with many superhero movies, there was always an imbalance trying to transition iconic superhero characters onto the video game format, and for some reason they were never able to get the Superman formula right. If we look at the likes of the Batman games, yes, they were hit and miss over the years. You had some really excellent games while you had some mediocre or even poor games, but that would change later on in recent times with the likes of the Batman Arkham series, pretty much considered as the best superhero game franchise of all time, and quite rightly so, because they are fantastic series. But during the earlier years, developers just really struggled to find a way to bring these superheroes to life in the video game realm in many respects, as most games always usually contributed to like side-scrolling platformers or kind of like open world type environments, as these games usually just consisted of side-scrolling platformers, but usually always had very restrictive and limited and clunky gameplay. And Superman is no different to that. While you can fly on the levels, you're always restricted to how far you can go, because there's always certain enemies or certain machines that shoot out beams that stop Superman from moving, so you can only ever really go so far at a time, and you can never really progress until you've destroyed the machines and then move forward. But the problem is with it is that even simple enemies can literally obliterate Superman in an instant. When you think of how powerful he is, but yet he's completely not powerful in this game at all, it really makes no sense. And because of these elements and the clunky nature of the gameplay, it just makes the game to be very, very difficult. Even to get past the first level in the game is an absolute nightmare, as you will have to play through it many times just to get one good run, and there's still no guarantees that you will get a good run, because something nearly always goes wrong. Now, I know, say, you can blame the game, and it's often say the player is responsible for it, but the problem is that these games games really are as bad as people have said. There's so many imbalances and things that happen, and even with this game it has been known that there is specific glitches regarding item power-ups that can cause the game to glitch out and crash, forcing you to reset the game, and they never fixed that even post-production when the game was released. So there's many different elements with this game that just doesn't contribute to a good experience, which is a shame really, because it should have been better, but it just clearly isn't. So it's best left to avoid it in all respects to it. Terminator 2 Judgment Day, when it released on consoles in the early 90s, more predominantly with 1992 and 1993, would try to capitalise on the success of quite simply one of the greatest movie sequels of all time. Now the game was released on a variety of different systems, but the likes of the console editions were considered nowhere near as good as some other versions that were currently out there. The Master System and the Game Gear versions being among some of the worst. The NES version got much better reviews, but across the board with these 8-bit editions, like, you're playing as a machine that can do serious damage to opponents, but the problem is that the gameplay is so unbalanced in terms of how it presents itself that simple enemies take so long to kill, and at the same time can do serious damage to you, and even to a point where you can fight some end level mini bosses, and in many ways you have to try and find alternate means in order to defeat them, like hitting them one punch and moving away, and it just becomes a repetitive process. But if they do hit you at all, in some cases 2 to 3 hits and you're completely dead, whereas it takes you ages to take them out, which is insane. And especially when you get on to later levels, when you end up in the hospital where you're trying to free Sarah Connor, you're having to search through different rooms while finding ammo and defeating relentless enemies. But the problem is with it is that some of the levels are very unbalanced in terms of their length. Some levels are very short, some levels are just overly long to a point that they just become completely repetitive and making the game not really enjoyable. Now there was different editions of the game released on different systems. Even when I go back, I remember playing a version on the Commodore 64 that a friend of mine had in school, and that had different variations for the different levels in the game, whereas you could start off like from a side-scrolling perspective playing as the Terminator, and then you would end up going into the motorbike phase where you're being chased by the T-1000 in the truck, where you had to avoid different types of obstacles. Then it would move forward where you actually played as Sarah Connor trying to escape from the hospital. So there was different varieties in terms of the gameplay, and I do remember the Commodore 64 version being really enjoyable and being among some of the better versions of the game to play. But when we look at it from the grand scheme of things on the console versions, they were nowhere near as good. Probably the NES version was the best of this series of games, which is a pity, because if we look back at the earlier Terminator game that was released not long before these games were released, that was based on the first Terminator movie, that was a far better experience compared to what we got here. It had some decent ideas, but it just could have been so much better. If we look at the Game Gear version more specifically and the Master System, there is no real difference in terms of the overall gameplay. They're virtually identical in every sense. So if you played one, you don't really need to play the other. True Lies, the game, when it released on a variety of different systems in 1995, acts as a run and gun action style game, but has different play styles and aesthetics depending on which version you play as. If you look at the Game Gear version, it is similar to some of the other renditions of the game, playing from a top-down format, and does have some distinctive features, but there are certain elements and even control systems and special moves that were removed due to the limitations of the hardware and controls. The Game Gear version, along with the Game Boy, have 5 stages that you can play through, where you have to fend off against different enemies by collecting ammo and resources, but you also have to avoid shooting hostages or people that are wandering around the building, as you don't want to eliminate innocents, because if you eliminate too many of them by accident, it's game over. But one of the main issues with the Game Gear version more specifically, and I noticed it when I was playing it as of recording footage for this video, is that at certain points the game suffers from severe slowdown and even frame rate issues when multiple enemies are on the screen at one time. It's like the game almost can't handle all of the extra detail that's being presented on screen, which can cause it to be very irritating and almost repetitive in some degree. The game is difficult though, don't get me wrong about that, because sometimes it's hard to distinguish between enemies and just innocent people, because they're often wandering around, and in more ways and more often they get in your way and become a hindrance rather than a help in most regards, because you'll be trying to take out one enemy and then they walk across you or they block you from getting to certain points, which can cause even more frustration throughout each of the levels. Now the games themselves were a mixed bag with regards to the reviews. Across the board pretty much on all platforms released on, and many stating that the gameplay was somewhat mindless and very repetitive, and is more of the same regardless of the levels you play on in the games. Now, in stating that, there's some elements of the games that are quirky and are fun, and if anything, it's not the worst of these movie adaptations that are out there. Just depending on the systems you play at, there's some versions of this game that are definitely better suited to quite possibly more powerful 16-bit systems than the 8-bit systems. But it's still impressive to see them running the way that they do, but they just could have been executed a bit better in most regards. Or maybe in most cases they probably shouldn't have been released on them at all if they were always going to suffer from those elements. But that's just the way it was. Games were always getting those adaptations to try and capitalise off the success and popularity of movies at the time. So the more money they can make from sales, the better. But you wouldn't always be presented with the best experience. It's still worth a try in most regards, as it's not the worst movie adaptation out there, but let's just be clear that it's not an easy experience and will require a lot of patience and consistency in order to overcome. Batman Forever, the video game, would see a release across a multitude of different consoles between the years of 1995 and 1996. Console versions, especially with 8-bit systems, would be very different from the arcade counterparts that acted more as a beat-em-up, while the console versions still utilised beat-em-up elements, but they opted for more of a side-scrolling style. The game has many attributes similarly seen with fighting games, as the game was also developed using the motion capture technology that was also used to create the Mortal Kombat games. So if you've played the game and you see the different movesets and roundhouse kicks and sweeps and all of the combat moves that are available, it definitely reminds you of the Mortal Kombat games, where you have to go through different types of environments in a side-scrolling format, and you have to defeat waves of enemies. Mind you, they are very, very similar, and some of the enemies can attack you in the same styles that you can attack in as well, so you have to be mindful of how you approach each situation. But after a while, when you've played it, it kind of gives you a feel of Mortal Kombat Mythologies, another spin-off game in the Mortal Kombat series that utilise side-scrolling elements that you can interact with the environment. So this game has that similar style and feel to it. But I will say it, even from spending time playing it, the game does get repetitive very, very quickly. Many stating it to be one of the worst games released on these systems. Now, I found it from when I played it, funnily enough, it was a lot better than I expected. I know it may not be considered as a great game. The graphics are very lackluster, as the colour tones are very dark and mute and feel quite limited, but the fighting mechanics aren't too bad in the game once you get familiar with the controls. If anything, that's its best feature. But even I will admit, when you're traversing through the levels as you save the hostages, as that's part of your task of what you need to do in each environment, the gameplay does get very, very repetitive very, very quickly, and especially later on, because certain enemy types will block your moves and they'll be able to utilise the same attack patterns that you can use, so it will make it quite frustrating. It's a game that I suppose that did have promise and had some quirky elements, and especially, like I said, if you played Mortal Kombat, you will be quite familiar with these early styles, as it also used digitised characters for its sprites. But it's just, I suppose, not executed the way that it could have been. But it's still better than some of the movie style games that were on the system, funnily enough, regardless of its limitations and unique quirks. It is worth a try, that's all I'll say, but just, I will let you know that it will get repetitive very quickly. You'll find yourself just doing the same thing over and over again. Predator 2 was released on a variety of different systems in 1992, mainly on the Sega Genesis, Master System and Game Gear. There were slight differences regarding the Genesis and 8-bit systems in terms of their overall gameplay, and with the earlier renditions on the Genesis and Master System, the games did get decent reviews, but slated the negative aspects of the game being repetitive and relentless pursuit of enemies, as they constantly spawned all the time. That saw you roaming around the city streets collecting weapons and resources to defeat the unlimited waves of enemies that constantly appeared, but you also had to deal with the ever threatening presence of the Predator. Now, while he wouldn't necessarily appear on screen, he would come in the form of like dots that would appear at different intervals, and you had to avoid them to stop yourself from being killed, because he would take you out instantly. But you also had to deal with all of the other enemies shooting you and trying to kill you at a moment's notice also. So there was so much stuff, there was so much repetitive elements that just stopped the game from being considered good in all respects. So when the Game Gear version came out, it also got poor reviews because essentially the game is just a carbon copy of the Master System game. There's no real difference in it at all. It has the same graphics, same level design, same characteristics. It virtually is the same game, just in a handheld format. So if you've played one, you don't really need anything else in all respects to it. Now, it's not to say that it's a bad game. Like, there is some fun elements to it, but again, like I said, it just gets repetitive far too quickly for it to be enjoyable, because the levels are overly long, way longer than they need to be, but just the relentless spawning of enemies on and off the screen will just drive you crazy, and you won't even have the patience in most respects, especially if you're playing it today, to kind of really want to sit down and play it for long periods. You'll just more than likely just get annoyed and just switch it off and go on to something else, which is a pity, because the game does have promise and it does have some distinctive features that make it stand out, but it's just, like I said, those elements, the repetitive nature of the game just stops it from being a classic. But would I recommend it? Well, I would give it a try if you're a fan of the movie and if you want to see what these earlier renditions of the games look like, but it won't be for everybody. Jungle Book, when it released on a variety of consoles in 1994, would be met with mixed reviews, stating that the game felt very lackluster in its approach. While it tried to take elements off of the iconic Disney movie, it just failed to capitalise on many of the elements that made the film so memorable. But despite the reviews, the game still sold well in high numbers, with the Master System version in particular, in the United Kingdom alone, being a top seller in 1994. So regardless of the reviews, the name alone was enough to sell copies. The Game Gear version, if you've played it, is a direct carbon copy pretty much of the Master System version. Now, there is some distinctive elements in it. It does have some fairly decent graphics, but the gameplay with the collision detection and some of the features with the control systems are very fiddly and finicky, and in many ways, depending on some of the level layouts, even from the very first level, there's certain elements that can make the game almost unplayable to a certain degree, as your goal is to collect a variety of different diamonds, and you need to collect a certain amount of them in order to progress to the next level. Without them, you can't proceed at all. But in some cases, there's certain parts of some of the levels, especially with collapsing platforms, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. There's so many flaws in the game that can make it almost unplayable for most people. You will have to die and restart the game multiple times to have everything working in sequence, which is not often a thing that happens. Despite the reviews though, would I recommend playing the game? If you're a fan of the movie itself and you do like these quirky style of platformers, you can definitely give it a go. There are some quirky elements to it that are enjoyable, but it's just like I said, the gameplay aesthetics and the collisions and the controls can definitely hamper the experience. But in saying that, if you stick with it, you will get something out of it, as there's a different variety of gameplay levels and puzzles and unique elements that'll definitely change the experience up a little bit in some respects. I personally had the Master System version growing up, and yet I did find it very tricky and even at times very frustrating, even back years ago. But at the same time, I enjoyed playing games that much that regardless of what the game was like, whether it was good or whether it was bad, I always gave it the benefit of the doubt, and I would always try to persist with it, even when games were really bad and they weren't as enjoyable, to a point that I would finish them. But when I look back, would I do that now? Chances are probably not. I just wouldn't have the patience for them these days. But there are games that are reflective of their time, make no mistake about that. The game had promise, but it's definitely not the best of these Disney adaptations. There are far better ones out there. If you look at the likes of Aladdin, The Lion King, and even a few others, they definitely fared a lot better in most regards across all of the platforms they were released on as well. But with the Jungle Book, there are just too many frustrating elements to make it a worthwhile classic. But at the same time, it is worth a look if you're a fan of the movie. Terminator 2, the arcade game, would release on a variety of different consoles, being ports of the iconic arcade classic, but the transition to the consoles wouldn't follow the same feat based off of the memorable game, as in many cases there was different quarrels with the likes of the gameplay elements, replay value, the longevity of the levels in the game being overly long, and the unbalance in the gameplay difficulty increasing the further into the levels that you get. And there was also gripes around the likes of of the Master System version, as with it being a light gun style shooter, it wasn't supportive of the light gun phaser or gun that you could get as an accessory for the Master System, so that totally disregarded the whole gameplay element of it, that you had to rely on the controller for the gameplay, which was definitely cumbersome to say the least. And the same can be said with obviously with the Game Gear version, as it played almost in a similar style. There's very little differences in terms of the Game Gear and the Master System version. Now there would be subtle differences regarding other versions that the game was released on, and while it did have some distinctive elements, if anything the graphics and the visuals and the animations of the characters moving around on screen were quite decent, but just the repetitive gameplay is what stopped it from being an all-time great in many respects. But the game did sell well in high numbers, and it still did a lot better than the previous Terminator 2 Judgment Day game that had already come out at that point. And it did get fairly decent reviews across pretty much every platform it was on, but not to say that it doesn't have its own flaws. It definitely could have been better, but there were limitations with the hardware that stopped it from being great in all respects. But it's still a fairly worthwhile title just to play in short bursts. If you're a fan of the arcade game, it does offer some slightly different alternatives, although not as good, but definitely not the worst game of this kind out there. When The Incredible Hulk released in 1994, it would see releases on most of the Sega consoles of the time with the Mega Drive, Game Gear and Sega Master System, and would also get a port on the Super Nintendo that would act as a platform beat-em-up style experience that allowed you to play as the Hulk, but he would also transition into his human form to get access to unacquired areas that you can't get to in your bigger form. Depending on which versions of the game that you play, you will be presented with a somewhat different experience, but one of the defining factors of the game is its visual representation. Even when we look at lesser powered 8-bit systems with the Master System and the Game Gear, these games visually are very, very impressive. If anything, looking at them, it's hard to believe that they're actually running on 8-bit systems. They look way better than you would think, but it still doesn't hide the fact that upon the game being released, it did receive mixed reviews, with critics often praising the visuals and the music and the variety of different elements and visual cues, but the game lacked variety in terms of its reuse of enemy sprites, but also the longevity of the levels, stating that the environments could be somewhat repetitive and lackluster in many respects. While visually the game did look stunning, you find yourself just traversing the same type of environments over and over again. If anything, levels would be a lot longer than they probably needed to be in most respects, and then when we get to the boss fights, sometimes it's not as apparent to figure out what to do. There's always usually a trick or a puzzle behind every boss fight in terms of how you can understand their attack patterns. But the further into the game that you get, especially when you start to fend off against enemies that can fly in the air, that's where you're really going to have problems, because the game just becomes completely unplayable in most regards when it comes to certain boss types, because if you don't know what to do, and the game doesn't really hold your hand in telling you what to do, and that was always the main gripe with a lot of these older games, it will just frustrate the hell out of you. You'll be running and jumping and trying to get punches in on an enemy, but they're attacking so often that you can't even get a swipe at them, so you can never really get near them in any respect. And what ends up happening very quickly, your health will deplete and you'll return to your human form, which will only take 1 or 2 hits and you're dead anyway. So that also adds to the frustration and the repetitive nature of the game. Like, it is a game that definitely had a lot of promise, but in many respects could have been a lot better, and it's just those negative aspects that really let it down, because it had so much more to offer, but it was just silly little things like that that really stopped it from being a really successful title. But it's still worth a look if you're a fan of the Hulk, and even just a fan of the comic book series in general. It is one that I do generally recommend that you try out at least. Hook, the game, would see ports to many different systems that would play out in very different gameplay styles depending on which format it was released on. With the game being released mainly on consoles, it would act as more of an action platformer game, but with other systems such as home personal computers with the likes of the Atari ST, Amiga and MS-DOS systems, it would act as more of a point and click experience that focused more on story rather than action. But there was definitely enough here for fans of the movie to get involved with. Now, in saying that, it does have some distinctive elements and it does have some good features. If anything, it was definitely one of the better movie ports that was seen on earlier systems. but that's not to say that it's not without its gripes. The games are tough to play. They're very tricky. They can be quite cumbersome, and in some cases the controls can be a little bit on the sluggish side, and in many cases can lead to a frustrating experience in most regards. But when we look at the sea of movie-inspired titles that were released on these systems, this definitely is better than most of them. But it's not to say that it's not without its gripes. If you've played the Game Gear version, which you can see here, you'll notice a lot of similarities to that of the Master System version, as technically they're both identical in many respects. They have the same visuals, graphics, even the levels. It's pretty much a direct carbon copy of the Master System version in every respect to it, just on a smaller screen. But it does have some nice visuals, and it does have some distinctive aesthetics that definitely stand out. But again, like I said, it's not an easy game to master. There's a lot of trial and error that will be involved, and some of the levels can range from being quite short to also being quite overly long and drawn out, which can only add to the frustration. If anything, in many cases the game can become somewhat repetitive the more you play it, and that was reflective in its reviews in magazines looking back. Now, it's not to say that they're a bad series of games. They are fairly decent for what they represent, and they're better than most. And depending on which format you play, you will have a different experience. Either you want a platformer or action game, a narrative-driven point-and-click adventure, or if you played the arcade version, which acted more of a side-scrolling beat-em-up, similar in the veins of like Double Dragon or Streets of Rage. So there's enough here to contribute to many different gameplay styles if you're fans of the movie. And for those reasons alone, the game is worth a look in all respects to it. 007 James Bond: The Duel is a spin-off of the iconic movie character. It doesn't have a movie tied into the name as such, but it acts as Timothy Dalton's last outing as the iconic character, as it uses his likeness. The game is also released on the Master System as well, so the game tries to depict a totally individual story from that scene in the movies, where you do end up facing off against many of the iconic villains that would have been seen in many of the earlier movies of earlier generations. Now, the gameplay can be slow and sluggish, as with the Master System edition, where you have to complete objectives and you have to utilise platforming elements, but you are able to utilise 007's pistol to dispatch enemies. Now, although the gunplay, like the combat and all of the other elements in the game, is very sluggish and slow, but it's definitely a lot better compared to some of the other movie-inspired games seen on the Game Gear, even with the Master System, in that respect. But if you've played the Master System version, there's very little in terms of difference with this game. It plays almost the same. There might be slight discrepancies in terms of the overall speed, as with some of the games on the Game Gear that were ported from the Master System. Sometimes the frame rates and the overall speed can be a bit sluggish and slow, maybe even a bit of screen tear from time to time. The frame rates just don't seem to be the same. Now, this game you don't really seem to notice it all that much, because it is generally slow. If you've played the Master System version anyway, it is a slow game to get into, but it's not a half bad title, but it is tough. That's the one thing I will say. Even from the very first level, it's kind of difficult to really know what to do and where to go, because everything kind of looks the same, but give it time and you will figure things out. But it is definitely one of the better experiences on this list that might be worth trying out if you're a fan of the movie franchise. The Lion King, releasing on consoles in 1994, would act as a platform adventure game that saw releases on platforms anywhere from the Sega Genesis to the Super Nintendo, NES, even handheld consoles with the Game Gear, Game Boy, even home systems with the Amiga and MS-DOS platforms, that would take elements from the iconic movie with some excellent visuals and great gameplay aesthetics, although the game being very, very difficult. The game, however, did sell in extremely high numbers across all formats, and it's no surprise when we look at the success of the movie. It was inevitable that the games were also going to follow a similar trend. But in saying that, these depictions of the games themselves are definitely among some of the best movie-inspired games out there, and even some of the best Disney-inspired games on any of the systems. But at the same time, the game is also very, very difficult. In many cases, stating the game, especially on the Super Nintendo version, to be even more difficult than the Aladdin version, which was also another excellent game that was released on systems, that sees you taking on the role of a young Simba as a cub and gradually evolve into an adult where he tries to reclaim his throne over being the king of his homeland, which will take you on many different adventures across a variety of different levels with different puzzles and different distinctive traits that you must overcome in order to progress and learn more about the character's story. It's definitely one of the best game-to-movie depictions that's out there, and the game was met with high praise across the board on all systems. But the only major factor being that the game difficulty was uneven and unbalanced, stating that it was easy in some areas but it'd be extremely difficult in others. But it also praised the game's outstanding visuals and graphics, very like the Aladdin game, being among some of the best ever seen on consoles at the time. They are a beautiful selection of games in terms of its visuals for sure. So if you're a fan of The Lion King and you want to play a Disney movie that has a great depiction of the movie, this is definitely one that is worth a look at. If you can overcome the difficult elements of the game, I highly recommend you give it a try. Bram Stoker's Dracula, released on a multitude of different systems within the year of 1993 and was later added to different platforms between 94 and 95, that tried to capitalise off the success of the iconic movie that was released in the early 90s. And the game acts as an action side-scrolling platformer game where you take on the role of Jonathan Harker, where he is tasked with trying to defeat Dracula himself, which will take you across many different environments, anything from dark caves to castles and mansions and dangerous type of areas where you must defeat a multitude of different enemies to reach the goal so that you can defeat the end of level boss. Depending on which versions of the game that you play, they are very different. If you compare the 16-bit editions to the 8-bit versions, they're a completely different gameplay style, not just in the visual sense but even how they play. The 8-bit versions are more fast-paced and are quite simply even darker in their approach. If you compare the likes of the NES version to the likes of the Sega Master System and Game Gear versions, they're almost identical in many respects. The only difference between those versions is that the Master System and Game Gear actually have a more visual colour palette, and graphically they're a wee bit better than what was seen on the NES. The NES is very limited in its colour use. Now, I owned the game myself on the Sega Master System growing up and I really enjoyed it, but I will admit the game can be long in terms of the amount of levels. There is an easy mode that allows you to play through the first few levels of the game until you reach the first major boss, but after that then you will have to play on harder difficulties in order to unlock or gain access to all of the additional levels within the game. But the one thing that you'll find, regardless of whatever versions of the game that you're playing, yes, it is decent for what is represented, but you'll quickly find that the game does become somewhat repetitive very quickly. It is difficult, let's make no mistake about that. You have to be aware of your surroundings and you have to be mindful of your overall health status as well, because you can die very, very quickly. And in some cases, the game will require you to have many tries before you can complete a level, which will also add to the frustration. Now, I found it to be an enjoyable experience, but I will admit, even over time, and even when you look back at the game now, it can get very repetitive. That's the one issue, and it's easy to see why, because if you look at any sort of reviews online, that is one of the major factors that everybody was complaining about years ago when the game was released, that the gameplay just felt repetitious and uninspiring in many cases. Now, it doesn't say that it's a bad game. That doesn't take away that it's a bad game at all, in fact. If anything, when we look at movie releases on these systems, it does stand out amongst the plethora of them out there, because as we all know, movie inspired games aren't usually always the best category out there. It's like somewhere along the lines that developers spent so much effort trying to acquire the license that in many cases when they did get it, they didn't really know what to do with it, and they just put something together, and usually in most cases they were always under strict time limits to get something out while the film was still trending. And in many cases, games usually often released to a clunky mess, or there was always elements that could have been improved but weren't. And Bram Stoker's Dracula is no different in that sense, but it's still a worthwhile experience, and it's still among some of the best and better versions of these movie ports out there, regardless of what people say. Not the best one, but definitely one to try out for sure. Now, you may be wondering why Mortal Kombat is on this list, and there is a good reason behind it. As we all know, the Mortal Kombat, when it released in 1992 on consoles, it started a trend and caused a lot of controversy around its graphical violence, but it also became one of the best selling game series pretty much of all time. during the early console generations. So much in a way that the series also inspired the development of the actual movie that came out in 1995. And as a fan of the series growing up, the movie, while yes, it may have changed certain dynamics, especially with regards to the overall violence and stuff like that when we look at the games, but it was a successful movie. It sold in high numbers, and even for me growing up, I absolutely loved the movie. I thought it was brilliant. Great cast of characters, it had a great sense of humour, there was great fight scenes, and it generally was a fantastic mix of action and comedy all mixed into the one. While it does look dated by today's standards, but it definitely was reflective of its time, and it suited the aesthetic it was going for. But that was just the way things were back then, because funny enough, many games always would be depicted off of movie adaptations, but there was in many cases where games would also become so successful that movies would be made from the games themselves, and that always carries its own caveat. Whereas some of the movies and some of the games, depending on which way you look at it, some are decent while some are terrible, whichever way you look at it. But Mortal Kombat, in fairness to it, the games were excellent and the movie was really, really good as well. It may not be to everybody's taste, but it was a good, decent movie, and I really enjoyed it. I still go back to watch it every so often because I grew up watching it and I just think it's just awesome. So that's the reason why I've included it in this list, because it has that dynamic to it as well. It's definitely one of the best movie game adaptations that is out there, and while there is new versions that have been brought out in recent years that try to focus and retell the story to some degree, they're definitely a lot more graphic with the depiction of its violence on all of those additional elements, so it tries to stay true to the original format, if you will. But still, a fantastic series, and even the movies are worth a look themselves, so definitely one of the better adaptations out there on these earlier systems for sure. The Terminator released on Sega consoles with the Genesis, Master System and Game Gear in 1992. That would act as a side-scrolling action shoot-'em-up game, taking many of the elements from the iconic movie that was released a few years prior, where you had to play as Kyle Reese fighting off against the Terminator in order to save Sarah Connor. Now the game itself is very, very short. If you've ever played the Master System version, the Game Gear version, there is some subtle tweaks in terms of the visuals and various kind of aesthetics to some of the levels, but essentially it's the same game. But however, regardless of the version that you play, the game can be finished literally in about 20 minutes, sometimes even less depending on how good you are at the game. But it's not to say that it's easy, it just comes from a lot of trial and error and from experience. If you've played the games for years like I have, if you die it's pretty much game over. You'll have to start the entirety of the game again because you've only got one life. So it will take a lot of trial and error and patience in order to get to the end. And in some cases, because there is some inherent flaws with regards to some of the collision detection when you're interacting with certain objects, like trying to climb up ladders and stuff, you can get stuck in certain elements which can also get you killed because the enemies in the game are relentless. Even it's the same on the Sega Genesis, where enemies are constant. They're always spawning. Every couple of seconds there's new enemies constantly coming at you. So you're trying to deal with that on top of trying to be aware of your surroundings within the environment. So there's a lot of trial and error involved, which will require a few tries in order to get to grips with the game. But in saying that, regardless of those subtle flaws, it's still definitely one of the better movie adaptations to a video game that's been seen during that time. And in many ways, it also got really good reviews across the board. Now, many stating that the likes of the 8-bit versions were considered more difficult, which I will agree they are. But if you put time into them, they're a very solid experience. And if anything, they're definitely one of the best movie-inspired games that I've played on the likes of the Master System and even the Game Gear. Because I grew up playing the game on the Master System, and I really enjoyed it. And yes, it was tough. Many times did I die, even getting to the last boss, only to start all over again. But as the years went on, I still go back to play the game every so often because I really enjoyed it. And I just found it that the more you play it, especially now in later levels when you're fighting off against the Terminator, especially in the third level where you're in the nightclub, it can get very cumbersome with regards to the gameplay because you have to keep ducking and avoiding the shots and keep shooting him and making sure you don't take damage. And especially as when you're getting older, it can get very tiresome with using the controller with your hands, and you don't have the same dexterity that you would have had when you were younger. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that it is a good solid game, and it's definitely, for me, in my own personal opinion, one of the best movie adaptations that you can get on consoles. It's actually way better than the games that followed it with Terminator 2, both both the Terminator 2 game and the Terminator 2 arcade game, as they were definitely nowhere near as good as this experience, which is quite a pity when you think about it. But this version of the game, even on 8-bit systems, was highly praised for its graphics and even its distinctive audio and visual design, as it's very, very catchy and is definitely among some of the best out there on 8-bit systems. So it's definitely recommended that you try it out. Star Wars, when it released in 1993 on consoles and different systems, was met with high praise, as it was one of the better movie adaptive ports of games during that time that allowed you to play as some of the memorable characters from the iconic movie series, that saw you traverse through many different environments, utilising a variety of weapons where you had to complete puzzles, where there was platforming gameplay and you had to avoid many different obstacles in order to reach the end goal. But the games were difficult, to say the least, although there are some subtle differences, especially with the 8-bit editions. If we compare both the Master System and the Game Gear versions, the Master System version had different varieties in terms of the gameplay, where you could transition from an open world style map to go to different environments, and then you would play from a 2D perspective, a side-scrolling perspective, in order to engage with combat elements. But that would be removed in the Game Gear version, that focused ideally on just side-scrolling action elements. But that also allowed you to play as some of the other characters in the movie as well. And you even got to play through a variety of different environments that weren't in the Master System version. So there is very subtle differences with regards to some of the visual and gameplay aesthetics. So if you're a fan of one, it would do no harm to go and play the other, just to see those differences, because you will get a different experience and it will tell the story from different points of view. But that's not to say that they're easy. These games are tough, make no mistake about that. But if you're a fan of the Star Wars franchise, these are definitely one of the better movie ports that are out there. But it's not to say that they're perfect. They are flawed, they are tough, and they do have their subtle differences and cues that may not be for everybody, but they will appeal to a select few. Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi is another movie adaptation of the iconic Star Wars series that was released in 1995. The Game Gear also saw a version that was ported over from the Super Nintendo that was released a year prior in 1994, that allowed you to play as some of the series' most memorable characters, with Luke Skywalker among a few others. But this would be a very different experience from the other Star Wars game that also appeared on these systems, as yes, the game does act as an action platformer, but you don't have as much access to the use of shooting weapons, where you have the ability to use lightsabers, so you have more close quarters combat that you must get involved with. The differences in this game compared to its predecessor are apparent, as the graphics and visuals are more realistic, and if anything they're a lot better. The gameplay is very good as well. Now, it does have its flaws, but it is a very decent experience. Definitely one of the better looking games on the Game Gear in all respects to it. That takes you around many different environments, all from a side scrolling perspective, where you use the lightsaber to defeat your enemies, and you have different objectives and obstacles to defeat and avoid. That also takes many elements from the movie franchise that also fans will enjoy. But for a Game Gear game, this version is definitely worth trying out. It is a lot of fun, but there is a lot of strategy involved around the gameplay and how you interact with it. But it's definitely one of the better looking movie adaptations that was seen on the system, so it definitely is worthwhile checking out. But it will take a lot of time and effort to get familiar with the gameplay aesthetics and characteristics, as it is a difficult game to master. But it's definitely one of the better movie adaptations out there on these systems. The Aladdin video game, released in 1994 across a multitude of different consoles off the back of the success of the iconic movie. Each game differs in terms of its play style depending on which format it was released on. On 16-bit systems it was more of an action platformer focused effort, whereas with 8-bit systems it was more platforming more so than action. But it still contributed to great sales, as the Game Gear version alone was considered one of the top selling games on the handheld console in 1994, and in the US alone it topped the Game Gear sales charts for 3 months straight. And even in the UK in August of 94 it also became the top selling game on the system, and it was highly received, with many stating that it had gorgeous background graphics and visuals and great gameplay, but at the same time people also stated that they would have liked to have seen a bit more action with regards to many of the gameplay elements. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that it is considered as one of the best titles seen on not just the Game Gear but also on the Sega Master System. And even if you look at the 16-bit entries on the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, they're among some of the most visually stunning games in their category. They really are a delight to behold, and they've got great gameplay regardless of which version you're playing. Now, the Game Gear version is an almost identical carbon copy of that seen on the Master System, but whichever version you play, even with the Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo and the like, you'll have a great experience. They just are good, solid games in all respects. Now, in some cases they may be challenging on certain levels, but with a bit of time and effort you'll definitely get something out of it for sure. But if you're a fan of the movie, and even if you're a fan of the original games, they are worth revisiting or even exploring for the first time. They're definitely among some of the best series of games seen on 8-bit systems for sure. Power Rangers the movie, I will admit, was a surprise in this list of games, as leading up to this video I had never actually played the game before. Now, I had seen editions of it because it was released on the likes of the Sega Genesis, the NES, the Game Boy and the Super Nintendo, along with the Sega Game Gear, and each depiction of the game is a completely different experience, with the SNES and Game Boy versions being like side-scrolling action style beat-em-ups, whereas the Genesis version is more of a proper brawler or beat-em-up, very similar in the likes of Final Fight and Streets of Rage. But the Game Gear version is completely different, as it acts more like a fighting game, very similar to games like Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat. And I have to say now, I was very impressed with this title. I didn't expect it to be as good as it is. It's fun, it's fast paced, there's a load of variety of moves, and funnily enough, for a Game Gear title, it has some of the best visuals I've ever seen on the console itself. That really reflects that element seen from the TV show and even the movie itself. But in saying that, some of the first few levels of the game don't necessarily take all of their elements from the movie. They take many of their varieties from certain seasons of the TV show, but then later adaptations take elements from the movie itself, where each battle kind of starts off where you're fighting against one type of boss and you fight against a variety of minions where you have to defeat them all. And once you've defeated that boss, you then transition into your robot form or Megazord form, and you have to defeat a larger form of the boss you'd currently faced. Very like the TV show. Now, in a lot of ways, when we look at it, it is a cool idea, but it can get a little bit on the repetitive side because it literally is the same thing over and over again. But the game is very fast paced. You can select from all of the different characters and all the different colours with all of their own individual fight mechanics and styles. They all have their own individual combat moves and special abilities. So that also adds to the dynamic of the gameplay, because with each fight with the story, you can change out each character that you want to play as. So you can either play as the White Ranger, the Blue Ranger, the Red Ranger. You can pretty much have your pick of the available characters. So it definitely adds up a distinct dynamic to the gameplay. Now, I have to say now, I genuinely enjoyed this experience. It was a surprise for me. Of all the games on this list, this was definitely the biggest surprise. So some of them I had played them before, or had played earlier renditions of games like on ports on the Sega Master System years ago. But getting to play this for the first time was definitely something. And if anything, when we look at it in the grand scheme of things, I would definitely consider this to be among some of the best movie adaptations that's out there on any of these systems. It is a worthwhile experience. It's a really good solid fighting game. It's very fast paced, great use of moves like I said, and a lot of fun. So I highly recommend that you do check it out. You won't regret it. If you're a fan of the Power Rangers like I was growing up, you definitely will have a lot of fun playthroughs with this game. Alien 3 released in 1992 across a multitude of different gaming systems that acted as a run and gun side-scrolling shooter action game that took a lot of elements from the iconic movie that sees you reprise the role of Ellen Ripley as you must progress through a variety of different environments with the aim to try and save as many of the hostages and prisoners before the time runs out. If you've ever played any of the other versions of the game, even likes on the Sega Master System, it's almost identical, but there are various differences when we compare the 8-bit versions to the 16-bit versions. But regardless of which format the game was released on, it was highly praised in magazines, while many stated that they felt the gameplay to be a little bit on the repetitive side, but you couldn't deny the fact that they all had great graphics, great sound effects and visuals, and it just had really good, fast-paced, action-packed gameplay. I owned the Master System version of Alien 3 when I was growing up, and I have to say, for me, that was personally one of my favourite games on the Master System. It had a great mix of action, platforming, strategy, puzzles. The time limit is definitely its biggest hindrance, as you have to do everything in the confines of the short time frames, because if not, you lose a life and pretty much it'll be game over. So in order to find all of the prisoners, you have to remember their locations, almost like as if you were playing some sort of memory game. You have to remember the level layouts, and you have to try and understand and remind yourself of where every prisoner is, and pick a route and stick to it in order to get through the levels in the quickest possible time. But you also have to be aware of the locations of monsters and aliens, even facehuggers, that roam around each of the environments. And the games themselves, in fairness to them with the levels, the game doesn't really hold your hand in terms of its entry level points. It pretty much throws you in at the deep end, and the game is tough, make no mistake about that. And there's many levels, and the levels do become more intricate and difficult and even longer as the game progresses, so it will take quite a few tries in order to master all of the elements in the game. But if you played any of the versions of this, you'll understand how much of a solid game it is. I loved the Master System version growing up, and even getting to play the Game Gear version, while it is technically the same, it just reminds you of a really good period when games like this were being released. While there was some questionable games, but there was many out there that did see great success, and this is definitely one of the few movie titles that definitely stands out head and shoulders above the rest, and I would consider this to be one of the greats of the Game Gear and even of any of the Sega consoles it was released on. With Home Alone being one of the most successful and iconic movies of all time, it was inevitable that video game ports would be developed on many systems and consoles to capitalise on the movie's popularity. While the movie itself has stood the test of time, the games, however, unfortunately haven't. There would be different versions of the game available on Sega consoles, with both the Game Gear and Genesis versions playing very similar to each other in how they look, play and feel, allowing you to use a sled to travel through the streets and gardens surrounding your home and neighbourhood, with the intention to enter houses and set traps to stop the wet bandits from stealing and vandalising each of the properties. The Master System version is very different, as it acts more like an action platformer, with the bandits already in each home, and you also have to find and hide items before they get to them, but you can never go outside, unlike the other versions. You cannot set traps once the bandits are in the house that you have entered. Instead, you have to grab items and hide them before they can get anywhere near them. The overall idea behind the game can be quite confusing to understand at first, as it isn't fully apparent on what you need to do in the beginning, but you also have to contend with so many other factors that will contribute to an overall frustrating experience. And if you fail to save all of the houses in the area, or you get caught, then it is game over. These games presented a missed opportunity to fully take advantage of the movie's success. Instead, you were left with quite simply one of the worst movie ports ever seen on systems. Wayne's World, upon its release in 1993 on consoles with the SNES, NES, Genesis and Game Boy, was met with heavy criticism, noting it to be one of the worst video games ever created, with uninspiring gameplay and visual design that would be classed as a complete waste of a movie license, especially with the Genesis version. The game would often be seen as quite annoying and frustrating by many who played it at the time, where only loyal fans of the movies would see any actual appeal to the game. It didn't get much better in Home Alone 2 after the failed attempt of the first game, reprising the role of Kevin, now lost in New York City, taking him through many locations, starting off in the airport and eventually finding his way to the Plaza Hotel, Central Park, many city streets and his uncle's townhouse, with the wet bandits in constant pursuit to take revenge on him after the events of the first movie once they have gotten out of jail. You will have to run, jump, collect items and use weapons to take out enemies or to avoid them altogether, along with the many other hazards you will face. There are many other versions of the game that were planned for the consoles, with many of them being cancelled due to the negative reception of the console versions. The Genesis version of the game was developed in-house by Sega of America, with a European version that was being planned, but it too was cancelled due to the game's poor reception. The reviews in magazines of the time stated that it was also one of the worst movie tie-ins and sequels ever seen in video games. Last Action Hero sees you take on the role of Jack Slater from the film, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, taking on a variety of different mission objectives in each stage, ranging from the cinema realm to the real world, with the aim to stop the main enemy, Mr. Benedict. The gameplay, functions, controls, and strict time limits present an annoying and often frustrating experience for players, with it often being regarded as one of the worst games ever created. Last Action Hero received severely negative reviews upon its launch, criticising its high difficulty and uninspiring gameplay that felt like a rushed attempt to capitalise on the popularity of the movie during that time. Pretty much every version of the game released, regardless of the platform it made its way to, was panned by critics and players alike. As with many of these games, they sound good on paper, but the final product rarely lives up to what is expected. This is a clear example of the rushed development procedures, with companies looking to quickly cash in on popular trends to make a fast buck, with no consideration for genuine quality or playability, as in most cases, it isn't the developers themselves that make these decisions, but that of the corporate individuals and CEOs looking only to profit from trends, with a complete disregard for people's wants, needs, interests or opinions. And as a result of this, it is the game itself and the people that buy them are the ones that suffer. Ariel the Little Mermaid was released on the Genesis in 1992 and got ports to both the Game Gear and Master System sometime later, which I have covered in previous videos. There will be links in the description below. The game has some references to the movie but acts more as its own standalone plot, with the goal being able to collect items in each level to progress while avoiding enemies and hazards. The levels consist mainly of a labyrinthian design, requiring you to navigate and search all areas to find items needed to complete each stage. You can also collect treasures, which can be used in a shop to purchase additional side characters to be summoned and help you out as you play. Reviews of the game stated that it was short and lacked variety in its approach and its gameplay, while having decent visuals, but greatly suffers from slowdown if too many sprites appear on the screen at the same time. It is often considered as one of the worst Disney games on the system. However, it was stated that the game would be more suitable for a much more younger audience of players. The only game based on the movie seen on the Mega Drive, which also got released on many other systems, even the Master System, and is a massive improvement from Back to the Future 2. But like its predecessor, Back to the Future 3 still suffers with its high level of difficulty right from the beginning, which will require a lot of trial and error and a lot of frustration before you can get in a complete run. There are a total of 4 levels in the game that all range from different play styles, adding much diversity to the gameplay, but the high difficulty curve really lets it down. But it has some decent visuals and unique ideas which make up for it if you can be patient with the gameplay mechanics. Terminator 2 Judgment Day is a side-scrolling action game based on the legendary movie released in 1991 that follows the journey of the Terminator machine sent back from the future to find and protect a young John Connor, the future leader of the worldwide resistance, from the formidable T-1000 that will take you through many scenes from the bar, the psychiatric hospital and other areas seen in the movie itself, while facing many opponents and completing various tasks to be able to progress. The game was released on multiple systems, seeing versions be developed by different companies from LJN and Flying Edge. These versions do differ in their gameplay ideas, with many console ports, especially on 8-bit systems, being side-scrolling action games, while other versions would add more variety with action and driving sequences. The variety of games released ranged in quality also, with some seen as decent while others not meeting the standards of similar games in these genres, often being stated in reviews as a wasted opportunity to capitalise on one of the greatest movies ever made. No Escape is a side-scrolling action game based off of the 1994 film of the same name, where you play as Captain J.T. Robbins, whose only objective of the game is to escape an island. The player must explore the island with side-scrolling platforming gameplay, looking for clues, finding items and combining them to make weapons and traps. Robbins can talk to some of the prisoners to help him on his quest, but he must also avoid the many violent prisoners that roam the island, either by attacking them with punches or kicks or using traps and using stealth to bypass them. The graphics are based on rotoscopes of the actual actors from the movie, adding a distinct level of detail compared to other games of its type on the console. It was released for the Sega Mega Drive exclusively in North America. A Sega CD version was also planned but cancelled in late 1994 for unknown reasons. While it does have some distinctive quirks, it wouldn't stop the game from being panned by critics for its sluggish and poor controls, often citing that there are better games to play on the console that are more worth your time. Batman Forever is a side-scrolling beat-em-up game based off of the film that saw a release in the arcade originally and later on the Sega Genesis along with the Game Gear, Master System and SNES consoles in 1995. The Genesis, SNES, Game Boy and Game Gear versions are entirely different from Batman Forever the arcade game, with that title being a traditional beat-em-up similar to games like Streets of Rage and Final Fight, whereas the console ports are side-scrolling action games that play very similarly to Mortal Kombat Mythologies that was released on the Sony PlayStation and Nintendo 64 in 1997. The arcade version of Batman Forever would later get ports to both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation consoles in 1996. The player can choose between either Batman or Robin. There is also a variety of modes from single player, co-op and a training mode where the player can choose between Batman, Robin or any of the enemies found throughout the game to fight against computer controlled opponents or against a second player, with a 2v2 mode to work cooperatively against two computer opponents. The controls are largely based on move lists and key sequences similarly seen in the Mortal Kombat games, as it was developed using the same game engine using digitized images for the character sprites. The gadget list is selected by the player at each level, with 3 standard gadgets for each character and 2 gadgets selected from a list. There are also 4 hidden blueprint gadgets that you can find throughout the campaign. While the game itself looks to have some impressive ideas for its time on paper, if we compared it to the 2 previous Batman titles also seen on the Genesis, it falls short regarding the overall gameplay as it can be quite slow and clunky with the controls. Plus you will find yourself wandering around similar environments and fighting the same enemy types over and over, which will get repetitive very quickly. The previous games didn't really have this issue, as yes, they were challenging, but they had a better balance between combat and exploration to mix things up a little, but the same really can't be said here. While there are hidden areas to discover, you'll more than likely miss them due to everything looking the same in every room you venture into, and are likely to miss out on very important items. The reviews weren't kind to this game and also mentioned that they saw it as one of the worst Batman games on video game systems at the time during this era that had little to no relation to the previous entries. Cliffhanger is a beat-em-up platform game that was released in 1993 and is based on the film, which saw a release on many home consoles of the time, seeing major gameplay differences between 16 and 8-bit consoles. The Genesis, Mega Drive, SNES and the Sega CD versions are almost identical and feature gameplay similar to iconic street brawlers like Double Dragon, Final Fight and Streets of Rage. The Sega CD version contains a 3D snowboarding sequence where the player has to escape from an avalanche. Otherwise the gameplay on 16-bit systems is the same across the board. The Amiga, NES, Game Boy and Game Gear versions however use a simpler side-scrolling perspective for its gameplay. Critics destroyed this game in reviews across all versions, stating it to be one of the worst, if not the worst, of movie tie-ins ever made. It won an award for Worst Movie Inspired Game in 1994, so that will give you an idea of how bad some of these versions are. I also recently played the Game Gear version, which I recently covered in a previous video, and the overall quality of that game is extremely poor, to say the least, as it just feels like the game was rushed just to get it onto store shelves. The 16-bit versions do fare a little bit better in some regards, but they still leave you questioning many ideas as to why such games even exist, as they could have been so much better had more time been put into the development, but that is rarely the case with movie inspired games seen during this generation. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was released on many consoles, even older home computers of the time, with the Amstrad CPC, Amiga, Atari ST, ZX Spectrum, Commodore 64, and on home consoles with the NES, Master System, Game Gear, and Sega Genesis. The game is a side-scrolling action platforming adventure game, seeing Indy on a quest to rescue his father that will take him through many interesting locations, searching caves and tombs looking for lost treasure. The Genesis version is different from the other variants that are out in the gaming landscape, with it being unique and exclusive to the console with more distinctive gameplay elements, but it still suffers from the high frustrating difficulty level with strict time limits and not being able to use Indy's whip more often, as it only has limited uses before forcing you to find another one on your travels to aid in dispatching enemies. It is a gameplay mechanic that developers thought would be good at the time, but in reality only increases the overall frustration of the experience. However, the game does provide a better overall playing experience compared to many of its counterparts, but still suffers from similar issues as seen in those games, holding it back from being a true great on the console. Based on the feature film of the same name, Cutthroat Island cast players in the role of renegade treasure hunters. The player is able to choose between two characters, a male and female character, who are armed with their own distinct weapons from rapiers to swords. The game was released in 1995 on the Genesis, SNES, Game Boy and Game Gear consoles, featuring both single player and two player action modes with differing gameplay styles to choose between swordplay and brawling. The player's character must battle through a variety of levels, encountering various foes such as rival pirates and other enemy types. The gameplay is quite similar to beat 'em up games like Golden Axe that mix weapons with melee combat. As the player progresses through the game, several items such as knives, bombs, bottles, torches, hammers, pistols and other weapons are collectible and will be needed to defeat the hordes of enemies that are relentless throughout. Even with all of these elements in the game, it didn't fare well with reviews, panning the game for its fiddly controls and repetitive gameplay. Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Quest is part of a series of games published in 1993 on the Sega Genesis to reflect the popularity of the movie released earlier in 1991. You play as Belle on a quest to find her father, an eccentric inventor by the name of Maurice, who has been held captive in an old castle for trespassing that is owned by the Beast himself, who was once a prince, having been transformed due to a curse laid upon him and his servants for his arrogance. Your journey will take you through many locations similar to that seen in the film, from a town, village, a dark forest, eventually to the castle, where you will have to avoid enemies and obstacles while solving many puzzles along the way. Unlike other Disney titles, the gameplay is very simplistic in its approach and isn't overly difficult. That aims itself at a much more younger audience of players, and it also plays very differently from its alternative entry, also released on the system, known as Roar of the Beast. Beauty and the Beast, Roar of the Beast, is the second entry in this series that was released on the Genesis console in 1993, and in this title you play as the Prince Beast himself, trying to defend his castle from an attack that sees you explore many of the locations from within the castle grounds and rooms, requiring you to defeat many enemies using combat from punches and special attacks. It is a very different experience from its counterpart, with more action and great visuals, but is often considered as a very difficult game, due to the sheer amount of enemy encounters you will face in each level, with health items being hard to find along the way. Initially released for Sega platforms, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, was later ported to the Atari Jaguar and Super Nintendo Entertainment System, each one featuring several changes and additions compared to that of seen in the original version. These 16-bit versions played as a typical fighting game similar to Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter II, which had impressive visuals but was deemed overly difficult to be enjoyable and became overwhelmingly frustrating in the early stages as a result. There would be ports of the game added to both the Game Gear and Master System consoles, which were also released in 1994, but feature an entirely different gameplay format using a side-scrolling action beat-em-up perspective, but lacked many elements such as the background music, only listening to the sound effects of character interactions and combat sequences. Since its release, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story was mostly met with negative reviews, with criticism directed at the slow-paced and shallow gameplay. Finding Nemo isn't an official release on the console, but simply a game hack based off of the gameplay mechanics seen in James Pond Robocod that would also been released on the Genesis console, that utilises similar gameplay elements from that game, where you play as Nemo, exploring a variety of different levels and hidden areas to find items and defeat enemies. The game has a simplistic design with some interesting cartoony visuals, and while the game displays some references to the film, it doesn't have any official plot related to the movie itself, as it stands as its own individual experience. This game hack features the Hercules character from the Disney movie. It is an action platformer, similar to the gameplay seen in the PlayStation release in 1997, with its own distinctive visual design and animated cartoon-style graphics, reflecting those seen in the film. The game will also take you through many environments, including lakes, caves and forests, while you defeat enemies using your sword and special abilities. There is very little information that can be found online, apart from a few written articles, but even with that, the description of the game is quite vague. So the best way to understand it would be to play it for yourself to know what is happening. Mulan is an unlicensed game for the Sega Mega Drive, based on the Disney film of the same name that was released in 1998. It is an action platformer game where you must take control of Mulan through 4 levels with a few sub-stages, in a recreation of the film's plot with each level. You will jump and climb your way through many locations on each stage while using a sword to defeat enemies. This is a fan-made game, however, so it isn't of the same quality seen in other Disney-inspired titles, as it does have many flaws, but is better than some of the other fan-inspired games that are seen out there. Fantasia was developed by Infogrames and released by Sega for the Genesis Mega Drive console in 1991, which takes its inspiration from the movie of the same name released way back in the 1940s. You take control of Mickey Mouse as a sorcerer with powerful magic abilities as you navigate various side-scrolling levels, collecting musical notes to play a song that will help you to progress to the next stage. Sega wanted to capitalise on the overwhelming success of Castle of Illusion, but development timeframes were limited due to the upcoming release of Sonic the Hedgehog's first outing on the console, which led to the game being rushed, with no final tweaks or polish of the gameplay, which resulted in a subpar experience that was nowhere near the level of quality seen in Castle of Illusion. Sega really did miss an opportunity with this game, as it was meant to reflect the success and nostalgia of one of Disney's earliest and most successful movies ever, but failed to deliver on so many fronts with poor controls and collision detection, while making it difficult to navigate platforming sections. Even defeating enemies would become troublesome. This would heavily be reflected in its reviews, which stated that the game had great visuals, but everything else was well below playable standards, and that the game was far too difficult to make it enjoyable. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is an action platformer game based on the 1994 film of the same name, being released on both the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, with the player controlling Frankenstein's monster as he is on a quest seeking revenge against his creator for rejecting him upon his creation. The game follows the plot of the movie closely, with some alterations, progressing through levels, engaging with enemies, using weapons and abilities while needing to solve puzzles along the way. The game was criticised heavily, however, regarding its poor, sluggish controls and level design elements, with the Genesis version receiving most of the criticism regarding its visuals, as they looked subpar and not up to the standards of other games on the system. Superman released in 1992 and would be developed by Sunsoft for the Mega Drive or Genesis console that acts as a traditional single-player side-scrolling arcade game where the player controls Superman himself through various levels in an effort to defeat the evil supervillain known as Brainiac. The game was also planned to be released on the Super Nintendo but was cancelled before its completion. Versions of the game, however, did make its way onto the Sega Master System and Game Gear consoles, being developed by Kraft Gold under the name of Superman, the Man of Steel. Each level in the game begins with an article from the Daily Planet announcing that some supervillain is wreaking havoc on the city. The game is quite restrictive in its playstyle as it totally limits Superman's powers to jumping, punching and kicking, where he can only use them by collecting certain icons or power-ups scattered throughout the level that are required to accomplish a certain task. These gameplay mechanics were often met with much criticism as it doesn't make much sense to fully restrict all of Superman's powers, as almost everything in the game can damage him as if he were just a normal human. So the game itself just ended up being a typical action platformer. But this also proved at the time that developers really did not know how to approach the idea of superhero games, and it would take a long time before developers would fully understand the material. An example of this would later be seen in the Batman Arkham series on the PS3, Xbox 360 and PC of later generations. Hook, the video game, would release on a multitude of different consoles and in the arcade between the years of 1992 and 1993 to try and capitalise off of the popularity of the movie. Each of the platform specific versions would end up having different perspectives, from side-scrolling action to platforming and even beat-em-up style elements that are similar to games like Streets of Rage and Golden Axe. The console versions would be mostly the side-scrolling action game iterations that sees you exploring various locations that include caves, forests, lagoons and snowy mountains, but ratings would be mixed across the board, as although while each game played different from their counterparts, it was difficult to determine which was the superior game from the list. But the games are quite challenging and difficult, and often regarded as being too frustrating to be fun in most regards, so many of them do suffer in terms of their overall quality. The Smurfs is a 2D platform game created by Infogrames for the NES, the Game Boy, the Sega Master System, the Mega Drive, Sega CD, Game Gear in 1994 and 1995, with a port later added to the Nintendo Wii Virtual Console. The game is a side-scrolling platformer with cartoon-style visuals that is inspired by the popular TV series that ran during the 80s and early 90s, with your goal being to rescue your friends that have been captured by an evil sorcerer. The IP has seen a massive resurgence in modern times, with movies being created and being inspired by both the TV, cartoon and games alike. Three Ninjas Kick Back is a side-scrolling action game releasing on the Genesis, SNES and Sega CD in 1994. It was developed by Malibu Interactive and published by Psygnosis. Sony ImageSoft would handle the publishing rights for the Sega CD and SNES versions. The story follows the events of three young ninja students on a quest to find and retrieve a stolen dagger that will take you through many locations, requiring you to engage in combat to defeat enemies to progress. The game does present some interesting ideas, however, clunky controls and repetitive gameplay would often overshadow them, but will appeal to fans of the movie. The Page Master is a platforming and adventure game, released in 1994, being added to consoles with the SNES, Game Boy and Sega Genesis. It was developed by Probe Software and published by Fox Interactive. You must guide a character through a selection of literature, genre-themed levels, ranging from horror to fantasy worlds, where you will use magic and melee attacks that can be used to defeat enemies that will include bats, flying books, giant hands, ghosts, pirates and more. The game has some impressive visuals and art style, with some interesting ideas, but it was found to be quite repetitive with poor controls, not helping the experience. The Waterworld game that was based off of the movie starring Kevin Costner eventually did get a release on the Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Virtual Boy and Microsoft Windows PC between 1995 and 1997. There were many other versions of the game that were supposed to be ported or released on different consoles, many of them fully produced but just were never officially released, as there was plans to port the game onto the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis along with the Sega Saturn, Atari Jaguar, Panasonic 3DO and even with the PlayStation itself, but just never saw the light of day for whatever reason. Well, a lot of it could have had something to do with the really poor reviews that the game originally got in general, so that probably warranted not wasting money any further on releasing these other versions, because they probably would have followed the same fate. But regardless, the versions that were completed, they have over the years found copies of the game being leaked online so that you can download them, especially with the likes of the Genesis port. So for whatever reason, it might be worth a try, but it may not be for everybody, and there is a reason why these games did get poor reviews. But it just comes back to the caveat of a lot of these movie inspired games. Some are good, but some just, they look good on paper but they're just not executed the way they should have been, and this is one of those examples. RoboCop 3 was released on different home personal computers and games consoles between 1991 and 1993, with different iterations being developed depending on the system it was released on. The console ports played from a side-scrolling action perspective, with the PC, Amiga and Atari ST versions having multiple elements from action to driving scenes. Development, however, didn't go as according to plan, especially with the home computer ports as developers had little reference, with only having access to still images from the movie for inspiration, which caused much confusion, resulting in taking much longer to complete the overall game. The console ports themselves didn't fare much better, as the games were classed as being overly difficult, making it a chore and very frustrating for players, with some versions, especially on 8-bit systems, would see enemy projectiles constantly hit you off screen, losing all of your lives in the process, requiring multiple tries before you get a successful run in. This game would be a far cry from the later RoboCop vs Terminator, while having been developed by a different company, managed to create a dark, action-filled experience, being also seen as one of the bloodiest and most violent games of the 16-bit era, and also one of the better games seen during that generation of consoles. Predator 2 would release on consoles, with the Sega Genesis, Master System, NES and Game Gear in 1992, taking inspiration from the film, seeing you play through many levels, facing off against an aggressive horde of gangland criminals, waging an all-out war across the city, while also contending with the silent and relentless pursuit of the Predator. The game plays from an overhead or isometric perspective, depending on which platform you are playing on, but plays mostly the same across the board. You will take out enemies with the many weapons and explosive pickups you will acquire along the way. The game is difficult as enemies constantly spawn all around you, being able to hit you from all directions, with the game never giving you a break to become familiar with your environment, as the combat is so relentless, and this has heavily reflected upon the game's reviews of the time. Stargate is a 1995 platform game by Acclaim Entertainment for the Super Nintendo and Genesis. It follows the adventures of Colonel Jack O'Neill on a quest to free the slaves of Abydos and get his team back home using the Stargate device. The game is based on the 1994 film of the same name. The gameplay is typical of the side-scrolling platform games of the era, requiring players to run, shoot, solve puzzles while completing tasks to proceed. The game does have some decent visuals, but has some major drawbacks and flaws, holding it back from being a true classic, which were reflected upon its reviews of the time, but stated that loyal fans of the movie would get some appeal from the experience. Warlock is a side-scrolling action video game based on the 1989 horror film. It was released in 1995 through Acclaim Entertainment for the Genesis and SNES platforms. As a druid, the player is armed with different spells that will aid him in his battle against the Warlock to prevent him from acquiring runestones, which he intends to use to destroy the world. The game has some interesting quirks and elements, but they ultimately failed to aid in the game's reviews of the time, stating that the game felt very repetitive and that the SNES version was the better of the two games to play. Based on the 1992 horror film Bram Stoker's Dracula, ports were developed for many consoles and home systems and released in 1993 to capitalise on the success of the movie. The 8 and 16-bit console editions would be side-scrolling action platformers that use a similar style to Master of Darkness on the Master System and the early Castlevania games seen on the NES console, where you explore levels, finding items and weapons, being faced with multiple end and mid-level boss fights as you progress to the final altercation with Dracula himself. Other versions of the game with the Sega CD, DOS and Amiga editions would play from different perspectives, being completely different experiences from the console counterparts. True Lies is a top-down run-and-gun video game based on the 1994 film True Lies that was published by Acclaim Entertainment. There were 4 different versions of the game that were released on the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Gear and Nintendo Game Boy. The home and portable versions are drastically different from each other but have similar play mechanics. Each stage will see players fulfill a set number of objectives along with eliminating the many enemies that surround each area to proceed. You will start with a standard pistol with unlimited ammo but will find more powerful weapons along your journey to aid in quickly dispatching enemies. The game does have some interesting features, but is often mentioned as rather frustrating as it can take many hits to eliminate enemies, with some of the versions on handheld systems being slated for the sluggish gameplay. The SNES version is often seen as the most definitive way to play the game in its current state. Universal Soldier is an action game released for the Sega Mega Drive in 1992. Though the game was sold in stores, it was not licensed by Sega. The game is essentially a reworking of Turrican 2 to act as a tie-in for the film that features very similar action sequences and level design elements, while only having some references to the movie with regards to the boss fights, where you will fight extremely oversized variants of Dolph Lundgren's character. But aside from that, it has no relation to the movie itself, just with it being in its name alone. If you've played any of the Turrican games before, you will be familiar with the gameplay elements with a heavy emphasis on combat and exploration in a run and gun style format. It is a challenging game with the levels being long and at times frustrating, as it is very confusing to know where to go to next. Disney's Pinocchio is a platform puzzle adventure game released for the Genesis in 1996. The game would also be ported to the Nintendo Game Boy and SNES consoles, and is based off of the classic animated feature film, originally released in 1940. Pinocchio follows the events of the film with many story sequences playing in between levels. The game combines interactive puzzles and side-scrolling elements with visually impressive graphics and backdrops, among some of the best seen on a Disney game on the Sega Genesis itself. But the game wasn't well received, however, due to its limited popularity, with critics panning it for its clunky, sluggish controls and vague puzzle elements that would often confuse players. The Lawnmower Man is a video game adaptation of the movie, releasing originally in 1993 on the SNES and DOS systems, and later in 1994 and 1995 on other systems including the Sega Genesis. From the get-go, Lawnmower Man is a very different experience from other titles on the console, as in many ways it was ahead of its time, as it produced many interesting ideas for each of the levels, from side-scrolling action to first-person running and shooting, using elements seen in early 3D FPS shooters, pushing the console beyond its limits, further than was thought possible for the time. The game would play through different events and locations from the movie, while using its distinct mix of gameplay styles, requiring you to collect items, weapons and upgrades, while engaging in combat sequences to proceed. While the game showcased many interesting concepts, it was met with mixed feedback, with reviewers of the time struggling to understand the game's overall concept, with them slating some elements like the controls but praising the interesting and unusual ideas for the level design in each stage. Demolition Man, released on multiple gaming systems in 1995, that acted as more of a run and gun experience, with different playstyles changing at different stages to an over-the-top perspective and side-scrolling elements. The game would be quite difficult, as you only have limited lives and continues to complete the campaign, as levels can be quite long, with many enemy encounters and obstacles to overcome, which can be tricky to deal with. There was a version of the game developed for the Panasonic 3DO console that was more in line with the movie itself, that had different elements from one-on-one fighting levels to action events, while using many video cutscenes and soundtrack elements from that of the movie. It had its quirks, but also some flaws that often hold it back, and is often considered as a very underrated game, with it subsequently being better than many of the other movie ports seen on these consoles. Judge Dredd was released on the Genesis in 1995, with ports being added to the SNES and Sega Game Gear. A PC version was released a year later, which received a re-release on Steam in recent times. The game made use of a variety of different assets by digitising sets from the movie to use as backgrounds in most of the levels, while the remaining levels use backgrounds based off of that seen in the comic books. It plays like a typical run and gun game, with platforming and puzzle elements, along with gathering ammo and resources for your weapons, forcing you to explore each of the environments while finding the exit to proceed to the next stage. The game received mostly positive reviews, with the Game Gear version featuring more linear levels and ending with the final fight with Rico, unlike the Mega Drive version, but stated at the end of level bosses being often more difficult to defeat. The Punisher is a port of the popular 1993 arcade game, released on the Genesis in 1994 in North America and Europe in 1995, and is a side-scrolling beat-em-up that plays very similar to genre icons like Final Fight and Streets of Rage. The game itself is more tied to the comic books, rather than that seen in any of the movies, where you play as Frank Castle, the Punisher himself, while also having access to an additional character with Nick Fury, where you are on a mission to take down the Kingpin once and for all. You can utilise many combat skills while using a variety of different weapons, from pistols, machine guns and explosives, to dispatch large groups of enemies faster. It is an interesting game and will appeal to fans of side-scrolling beat-em-ups. While not as polished as the arcade original, it is still a blast to play co-op with friends. This can be quite confusing, as the game states that it is a Hercules game, but it's a completely different experience, being a hack of another game known as Dana Megami Tanjo, where you play as a female goddess character that has powers and abilities similar to Hercules, who struggles against the powers of an evil sorceress raiding her village. The story is told through cutscenes, as various mythical beasts help Dana. Dana is capable of a few attacks, with players being able to use a sword to stab and slash enemies, and is also capable of using magic spells, powered by magic orbs falling from enemies. Dana can summon different magic abilities from thunder magic, fire and a thick fog that can be used to either blind or do more damage to enemies depending on how full the magic bar is. This would be a gameplay mechanic that would be similarly seen in the Golden Axe series. It is quite a violent game, not often seen during this console generation, but it is definitely worth a try. Batman Returns would release on the Sega Genesis console in 1992, with additional ports of the game being added across many systems and consoles that would change the gameplay dynamic with a mix of other genres. The Sega console editions with the Genesis, Master System and Game Gear would be action platformers, with 8-bit versions being slightly more simplistic in their approach, but are still very challenging games. The Genesis version would be slow paced, with more uses of combat, weapons and special abilities, while using Batman's utility belt to inflict heavy damage on more powerful enemies and bosses. The levels are exploration focused, with many hidden items to find in secret areas off screen, hidden rooms, while trying to be aware of the many enemies and traps that lie in wait. Some of the most notable aspects of the game would be the visuals and music tracks. Even though reviewers of the time didn't speak highly of them, they are among some of the most impressive on the console. The visuals themselves do a great job of reflecting Tim Burton's design of Gotham City in the movies, with dark tones, unique ambience and atmosphere that stand out from other Batman games of the time. This design idea would be completely different from the SNES version being released and developed by Konami. That would be a beat 'em up with a similar visual style to Final Fight, another icon in the beat 'em up genre. When I was growing up, Batman Returns would have been one of my favourite games to play on the Genesis, as I got to play this a lot through a friend owning the game growing up, and I would find myself often playing the game at the weekends when we went down to visit, putting many hours into the experience, but yet it was also very challenging. One of the hardest games I've ever had to play on the Genesis itself, but I still find myself every so often revisiting the game just to relive the nostalgia, to witness the graphics and to just listen to the soundtrack in all its glory, as I definitely think it's one of the better, visually impressive games on the Genesis itself, and I definitely think it has one of the best soundtracks. The Genesis version itself of Batman Returns has 5 main levels with different chapters in each, and overall the game is a solid but very difficult experience that is different from Batman's first game on the Genesis, but a worthwhile attempt, and is definitely one of the better movie to game adaptations seen during this time. In the Addams Family, you play as Gomez on a quest to save and rescue each member of your family from the clutches of Abigail Craven, who is trying to steal the family's secret fortune. This side-scrolling action platforming adventure takes you on a journey where you must explore dark rooms and eerie locations inside and around the grounds of the family estate. The game was developed in collaboration with Ocean Software and Acclaim Entertainment for the Sega Genesis in 1992. Flying Edge would develop the game for the Master System and Game Gear consoles also in 1992. And there would also be other versions ported to many other systems and personal computers of the time, with the Genesis version being considered among the better of the game ports, with great visuals, sound effects and gameplay that did suffer due to increasing and unbalanced difficulty, but it was heavily compared to other platformers of the time, which didn't help the game's appeal to players. Dick Tracy is based on the 1990 film of the same name. It was published by Sega for the Genesis in early 1991, with ports being added to other consoles during the time, seeing home also on the Master System, NES, Game Boy, MS-DOS and Amiga. Dick Tracy is a hard-boiled detective trying to take down criminal organisations, set within a fictional 1930s American city. The plays as an action game as you fight and shoot your way through groups of gangsters to unravel a mystery. Each stage has 3 scenes, with the last involving a boss fight against one of the gangsters. Every scene has a foreground and background segment, allowing you to interact and shoot enemies that are on different parts of the scene. They look as though they are just across the street, but in the distance, which is an interesting mechanic that few games used during this era. This gave the impression that it was an action game and light gun title all in one. The game also had some decent visuals that reflected the movie's style, especially that scene on the Mega Drive, but was considered to be a very difficult experience due to the insane amount of never-ending enemies that would randomly appear on screen as you played. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie seen various video game adaptations of the film releasing for the SNES, Genesis, Game Boy and Sega Game Gear. While the games are mainly based on the film, they also feature characters and plot elements from the original TV series. Each version of the game is different, with the SNES and Game Boy being side-scrolling action games, with the Game Gear playing as a fighting game similar to Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat, with the Genesis acting as an arcade beat-em-up similar to Icons with Final Fight and Streets of Rage. The game does have some subtle flaws, but it has great visuals and an epic soundtrack, while having a co-op mode to play with friends that will allow you to revisit and play as your favourite characters from this iconic series. The Jungle Book follows the events of the iconic movie from the 1960s, with many ports seeing releases on home consoles of the time. Many references are made noticeable throughout each of the game's levels, from the interactable objects, character designs and enemy sprites to boss fights that fans will relate to. Out of all of the versions of the game available, the Genesis entry is seen as the superior port that stood out from all other entries, that while having interesting quirks, didn't play as well as this version. As it stands, the Genesis is seen as the best way to play the game to this current day. Addams Family Values is a very different experience from its predecessor, releasing in 1995 on the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, that would play from an overhead perspective with a selection of role-playing elements, taking on the role of Uncle Fester on a quest to save his nephew, who has been kidnapped. You will control Uncle Fester through many locations, searching for items, solving puzzles, along with defeating enemies and bosses that will try to stop you from proceeding. The game was met with solid reviews, stating it had great visuals, sound and well thought out gameplay, being among some of the better games of this type seen on the console. T2, the arcade game, is a light gun shooter based on the film of the same name, being developed in tandem with the movie, with several actors from the film reprising their roles, being created using photorealistic digitised graphics. The game's plot largely follows that of the film, playing as the T-800 Terminator, cyborg from the film itself, sent back in time to protect John Connor from assassination by the T-1000 Terminator. The game would be a success in arcades, with ports of the game being added to home consoles under the name T2, the arcade game, to avoid confusion with the numerous tie-ins of the game being made on other consoles that were also based off of the movie. Compared to other versions, reviews of this game were well received among critics, especially on 16-bit consoles, stating that much effort was made to keep the gameplay and visuals as close to the arcade version as possible. The only criticism would be lacking the use of the light gun peripherals, especially on 8-bit systems, mainly with the Master System, as the game wasn't compatible with the light gun, forcing players to use the standard controller, which only limited the gameplay appeal. The iconic Jurassic Park movie would see many games released on a variety of different consoles, being released in 1993, and the game would be developed by Blue Sky Software that would see home on the Sega Genesis, with ports also being added to the Sega Master System, Game Gear, NES and SNES consoles, along with other systems that would play very different from the Mega Drive edition. This version of Jurassic Park is a side-scrolling action game with platforming gameplay elements, The objective is to reach the end of each level while using items placed at fixed locations to help you on your journey. The game features the option of using two characters, either Dr. Alan Grant or a Raptor. Alan Grant is the default character of the game, but the Raptor allows you to play through similar levels, but changes the dynamic as you need to use alternative means or routes to access areas as smaller spaces are inaccessible, whereas in Grant's character you can use them. The game can be quite challenging, with some inherent flaws that can cause your character to fall completely off the map, off screen, after a misplaced jump or short fall, often requiring you to start the level over from the beginning. Luckily the levels are quite short once you understand where to go, so after some practice it won't take that long to complete. The game, due to the popularity of the movie, broke sales records in its first week, making over $13.4 million, which was rare for many games to achieve such a high financial goal in such a short time frame, especially on the Sega Genesis. Dune: The Battle for Arrakis is a reworking of Dune 2 for the Genesis, releasing in 1993, that would be a pure strategy game, which would be a step away from other movie adaptations seen on the console. It would be a solid port of the original title that plays very similar to games like Command & Conquer, Warcraft and Age of Empires. Your goal is to control the surrounding regions by building resources and hubs to dominate and secure areas against opposing forces, very like other well-known RTS games. Well-placed defences, plans and offensive strategies are necessary for victory. The game received much praise, stating it to be one of the best games of its type on the Genesis console.
Enemy unit approaching. Reporting. Acknowledged. Complete. Base under attack. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
The Terminator was published for several Sega consoles, including the Sega Genesis, the Master System and Game Gear in 1992, with them being an adaptation based on the 1984 film of the same name. The game was developed by Probe Software and published by Virgin Games, that follows the role of Kyle Reese being sent back from the future to save and protect Sarah Connor from the relentless pursuit of the menacing cyborg. The Terminator was praised for its graphics and sound, but was criticised for its gameplay due to the never-ending enemies that constantly spawn off screen, never giving a second to get familiar with the game's distinct levels reflecting locations from the movie. Despite the subtle flaws in reviews, it is still seen as one of the better quality movie adaptations seen from video games during this era. With the overall success of the movie and the high volume of sales made from the original Genesis game, Sega decided to capitalise on the trend by developing a spin-off sequel to the game with Jurassic Park Rampage Edition that utilises elements from the original game, being able to choose between Dr. Alan Grant and the Raptor once again, but the game would be much faster and more action focused compared to its predecessor. It primarily continues from where the previous game left off in terms of its story, seeing you explore more environments while gaining access to more powerful weapons with a taser, assault rifles to shotguns and explosives to use alongside your standard medicine darts to stun enemies. But this time the darts actually kill the dinosaurs, unlike that seen in the first game. The game is short, having only 5 levels that will take you across the dinosaur infested island, but at times can be equally as difficult and as challenging as its predecessor, but fixes many of the flaws seen in the original game. This time however you can choose the levels you want to play through rather than being forced to play through everything in sequence. It is a decent alternative to the original game that stays true to the original game's idea on the Genesis that will also appeal to fans. I remember playing this game during my early years one summer, staying over at a friend's house where he had rented it for the weekend, and we literally played through this for the entirety of the weekend until we completed it, and for its time it was one of the best games that we could have played on the console. It was so much fun. This isn't exactly a Genesis title, but a 32X game, but with the add-on needing the console to play these games, it is worth adding to this list. With the game being released in the arcade and the 32X in 1993, that would act as a sci-fi space shooter, flying a ship while being tasked with destroying many enemy crafts throughout each of the levels. You can change the viewpoint between first and third person perspectives to suit your style of play. The 32X version was well received, while having been downgraded to cope with the limits of the hardware, but it was also stated to be a solid port of the arcade original that had some great visuals, sound effects and gameplay that will appeal to fans of the film series. Rambo 3 is an overhead run and gun action game, developed and published by Sega based on the popular 1988 action film. It was one of the first movie-based games released for the system upon its release in 1989. There would also be a version of Rambo 3 released on the Sega Master System that would be a light gun shooter, also seen in the same year, and is considered one of the best games in the light gun genre on that console. Many ports of the game would see their way to other consoles and home systems of the time, each having their own perspectives surrounding the gameplay, with your goal being to reach the exit of each level after completing a set number of objectives, from saving prisoners, finding resources, defeating enemies, etc. before you can proceed. A solid experience that can be challenging, but one of the better examples released on the console. Ghostbusters is a platform shoot 'em up released on the Genesis console in 1990 and would be a very different experience from other games released on earlier consoles with the Master System, NES and home PCs that had different gameplay elements from driving to action and strategy. The Genesis version, however, stayed on its path, with it being an action platformer, requiring you to capture a number of ghosts in each level before facing off against an end level boss. The player can earn money by completing levels and objectives, which can be used to upgrade equipment and access more resources to aid in capturing ghosts. Reviews at the time were overall positive, but many found some of the level elements to be repetitive, and not having the inclusion of Winston Zeddemore slightly took away from the experience. There would, however, be more recent fan-made hack upgrades that includes Winston in the character roster, which you can find online, that also tweaks and overhauls some of the game's flaws that might be worth trying. A late addition to the Genesis, releasing in 1997, Jurassic Park The Lost World would be among the many ports and adaptations of the movie releasing on consoles during this time that would also see the game finding home on newer, more powerful 32-bit systems with the PlayStation and Sega Saturn. The Genesis version is very different from its counterparts. It plays using an overhead perspective, exploring large environments while using vehicles and weapons to deal with the many dinosaur creatures that roam the lands. There is also a cooperative mode to work together to complete many of the game's challenges, which adds to the game's appeal. The Genesis version received decent feedback upon its release, with many preferring this edition compared to the other entries released, as it added more variety to the gameplay. Mortal Kombat is the first entry in the legendary series of fighting games that inflict scenes of grotesque and insane violence that caused much controversy surrounding its release in the arcade and on consoles in 1992. The game saw ports on many 8 and 16-bit consoles of the time that also spawned many sequels, with Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 being released on these systems also, with later iterations combining characters and elements all together in one package, with the likes of Mortal Kombat Trilogy on the Sony PlayStation. You have access to 6 playable characters that would become icons throughout the franchise, with the goal of winning the Mortal Kombat tournament to stop the Emperor Shao Kahn's Netherrealm from invading Earthrealm. It is one of the rare early occurrences where a movie would be adapted from the success of the video game. Usually it happens when a movie is successful, a video game usually follows not long after that, but in this case the movie wouldn't release until 1995. That would be a smash hit and take the series to new heights during that time. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker is an action platform game released for the arcade, Sega Mega Drive and Master System in 1990, being inspired by the popular movie. Your goal is to explore the levels and hidden areas to rescue the kidnapped kids and put an end to the evil overlord. Moonwalker, alongside its arcade counterpart of the same name, is notable for being one of the earliest uses of direct celebrity endorsement in video game production. Both console versions were well received among fans and critics alike, stating it to be a solid experience with great visuals and excellent soundtracks that reflect some of the pop icon's most legendary music tracks. The Lion King is based on Disney's 1994 animated film that follows the journey of Simba from a young cub to battle with his uncle Scar as an adult to reclaim his kingdom. The game was developed by Westwood Studios and published by Virgin Interactive Entertainment for the SNES and Genesis in 1994, and would also be ported to the MS-DOS, Amiga, Sega Game Gear, Master System and NES consoles. There are many platforming elements along with a variety of boss fights and minigames, and the game can be quite challenging, especially in later stages, often considered to be among some of the most difficult of these games seen on these systems. The Lion King is currently one of the most popular and visually stunning Disney masterpieces ever seen on 8 and 16-bit consoles. Pocahontas is a cinematic platform game, taking many references from the movie that plays similar to games also seen with the likes of Prince of Persia and Flashback, releasing on the Genesis Mega Drive console and was developed by Funcom on contract with Disney and was released in 1996. The game received a port on the Nintendo Game Boy, developed and published a year later. Players take on the role of Pocahontas along with the help of her animal companion Miko, switching between the two frequently to overcome obstacles. The player gains various new abilities from animal spirits by helping them when completing tasks along your journey, which follow many plot points seen in the film. It is an interesting game with some very impressive visuals, being among some of the best ever seen on the console, that present great attention to detail with beautiful backdrops, character animations and locations. Toy Story was one of the later entries to be released on the Mega Drive Genesis console in 1996 to coincide with the huge success of the animated movie. The game would follow the plot of the story, with the gameplay adding a variety of twists to change up the various dynamic styles you'll experience the further into the game you get. The platforming sections and boss scenes are among some of the most challenging and frustrating sections seen in the game. You are greeted, however, with many changes to the play style through many different level types, taken from other genres, from pseudo 3D racing with some impressive visuals, to a top-down viewpoint in some of the levels, racing the RC car in a Micro Machine style format. But definitely the most impressive aspect of this entire game is the level where you must rescue the toy aliens from inside of the claw machine. That will take you through super high detailed first person 3D maze-like levels where you have to find each of the aliens within a time limit and bring them to the exit. And the level design of this section would reflect those seen in iconic first person shooters with the likes of Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. And with these elements in mind, it's interesting to know why more games weren't developed using this style, as it showed that it was able to work better than expected. The Toy Story game, as with that seen in the movie, would sell in massively high volumes. And while it still may not be considered as one of the best games on the Genesis, even with all of the varieties that are available, but is still considered as one of the most impressive with its vast and unique ideas that were way different from anything else seen on the console during that time. Batman was developed by Sunsoft and released for the Sega Mega Drive in 1990. It was inspired by the 1989 Tim Burton directed Batman film. The game is one of the more faithful adaptations to the film's plot seen on systems, which also includes levels, which the player controls Batman's vehicles. The game is also a side-scrolling action platformer, seeing Batman being able to punch, kick, jump, glide and use items and weapons through the use of his utility belt. The game upon release received decent reviews, praising the gameplay and its faithfulness to the film, and praising the graphics and sound, and describing the backgrounds as somber looking. As the sets in the film noted, the game is short and not especially challenging. Still, it is a solid game and one of the better movie adaptations seen during this generation. Alien 3 is a side-scrolling run-and-gun game based on the movie of the same name that was developed by Probe Software and published by Arena Entertainment for the Mega Drive, Master System, Game Gear, Amiga, NES, SNES and Commodore 64 in 1992. The player controls Ellen Ripley, the film's main character, who progresses through many locations featured in the film to save all of the prisoners being held captive before the timer runs out. The player can jump, shoot, climb ladders, crawl through tunnels, open doors and use elevators. Unlike in the film, Ripley has a large arsenal of weapons that can be used against the enemies in the game, which consist of aliens and facehuggers. Weapons include pulse rifles, flamethrowers and grenades, a motion tracker, will also warn players of nearby enemies. The game makes use of its great, interesting level design and cool soundtrack, while also presenting a dark and gritty atmosphere with lots of tension, keeping you on edge as you play, as you are unsure where alien threats can come from. There are some small differences regarding each of the versions available, but are considered solid experiences that will definitely appeal to fans. Alien 3 was well received across all versions and is considered one of the best movie tie-ins on consoles during both the 8 and 16-bit eras of video games. Aladdin, when it released on the Genesis in 1993, would go down as being one of the best-selling games ever made on the console, with over 4 million copies sold. The game itself would also receive several adapted ports on other platforms, with the NES, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Amiga, DOS, along with the Sega Master System and Game Gear. The game would draw many references from the film, and the gameplay elements heavily focused on action and platforming, more so in the Genesis version, that would see you fight enemies with a sword and throwing apples, which you will acquire on your journey. This version of Aladdin also presents some of the most visually stunning graphics and character sprites seen of any game ever on the console itself, that would closely reflect scenes taken from the movie itself, all in great detail. The game would also boast great sound effects and an excellent music soundtrack that also contribute to the impressive gameplay, but it's more often seen as some of the closest renditions compared to the movie that you can see on consoles. If anything, this version of Aladdin is often considered as the best way to play the game on any of these systems. And while the game would be one of the most highest grossing titles in Sega's history, it would still fall short, as it would only fall behind Sega's other highest selling games ever, with the first two Sonic games, with Sonic 2 being the highest selling game in Sega's history. It is probably best to start off this list with what is considered to be the worst movie to game adaptation. Luckily, the Mega CD version isn't the worst of all of the counterparts that are out there. Those accolades would go to the Game Gear version instead. This version isn't all that different from the Mega Drive Genesis counterpart, but with the addition of enhanced sound quality and some extra scenes escaping from avalanches using a snowboard, but the rest of the game mixes beat 'em up with platforming sections, but easily pales in comparison if we compare the gameplay to Icon's titles like Streets of Rage and Golden Axe. It just could have been better, but this is an example of rushed development and creators not being sure of what to do with the material during the creation process, which is a shame. But I suppose we will never fully know how and why these games ended up the way that they did. Based on the 1992 horror film Bram Stoker's Dracula, you play as Jonathan Harker on a quest to find and defeat the evil vampire Dracula once and for all, that will take you through many different locations from old houses to caves, forests, mountains and castles, defeating many enemies and demonic boss creatures along the way. Ports of the movie were developed for many consoles and home systems and released in 1993, seeing the 8 and 16-bit console editions play as side-scrolling action platformers. Other versions of the game with the Sega CD, DOS and Amiga editions would play from different perspectives, being completely separate from the console counterparts. The Mega CD release makes use of full digitized backgrounds and includes full motion video FMV cutscenes from the film. This version would have been seen as the closest to the movie out of all the editions available. Reviews of the game, especially with the Sega CD, were mixed, stating that it could have been better with the choppy animations and the pixelated video sequences, leaving it unclear on what was happening in the scene. Releasing on the Sega CD, Mega Drive and SNES, Three Ninjas Kickback follows the events of the movie, playing from a selection of 3 characters, each with their own abilities and combat moves, on a quest to retrieve a stolen dagger that has magical powers, where it can have devastating consequences on the world if it falls into the wrong hands. The game acts as an action platformer with beat 'em up elements, taking you through many different locations, all with their own obstacles and hurdles to overcome. The game will be sold as part of a bundle package along with Hook, another movie game adaptation. The reviews of the time didn't rate the game all that high, comparing it to other well-known titles of the time, but it was praised for its co-op gameplay elements, stating that having another player helping out made the experience a lot more worthwhile. The Smurfs released on the Sega Mega CD and other consoles in 1994, being inspired by the cartoon series of the time, on a quest to rescue 4 Smurfs from being eaten by the evil Gargamel. Upon freeing each of your friends, you will play as either of the characters in later levels, each with their own traits and abilities, which you must use to overcome the many challenges you will face. The Sega CD version does offer some additional content, with more video sequences compared to other versions, that might appeal to fans of the classic cartoon series. There have been many movie adaptations of the franchise seen in recent times to revive the brand. The game itself, like other versions available, can be challenging, but it doesn't differ all that much from the Mega Drive edition. The Lawnmower Man is based on the movie released on the Sega CD and Mega Drive in 1994, with other ports being added to more systems from 93 to 95. The Mega CD edition is an interactive movie that requires players to interact with scene elements and puzzles through choice-based systems, like many early games of this kind that require much trial and error before figuring out what to do next. That plays nothing like other versions, mainly with the Mega Drive, as that version mixes run and gun gameplay with FPS elements to present a totally different experience. The game showcased many interesting concepts and was praised for its strong audio and graphical capabilities, but the puzzle elements were not met with the same positivity, stating them to be dull and uninspiring.
Get ready. Turn left. Pull up. Turn right. Go down.
Lawnmower Man's in your head now. There's no escape. Ever.
The Sega CD edition of Batman Returns, released in 1993 amongst a sea of other ports being added to consoles and home systems of the time. Each of the versions would differ slightly with its gameplay style and would often have mixed reactions from players, liking some editions more than others. Some ports would be action-adventure games, while others would play through a Streets of Rage beat-em-up perspective. The Mega CD version would mix platforming, action and driving sequences, giving more variety to the experience, but would still suffer from mixed reviews similar to the Mega Drive version, but stating that the driving sections were by far the best elements of the game. Aside from the reviews, the game would still go on to be a high seller in the UK and among the top selling games on the system ever in the region. Speaking of Hook, the game had a ton of ports to various different consoles, home computers, and even in the arcade, and many of the versions were entirely different from each other. The Sega console ports with the Mega Drive, Master System, Game Gear and Mega CD would all be action platformers. You will fend off against many enemies and bosses across different locations using your weapons and special abilities that you will need to proceed. The game can be quite tough as the combat can be quite cumbersome and annoying, as you can only receive a limited number of hits before you lose a life, forcing you to mainly start all the way back at the beginning of the stage, which will frustrate many players. A lot of patience is required to get any enjoyment out of the game, and the same can be said across all console versions, as they too all suffer with the same frustrating issues. But it isn't a bad game, it will just require a lot more effort to get the most out of it compared to other games of the same type, but the Mega CD version is often considered as the best of all the console ports available. Demolition Man was released on the Mega CD, SNES and Mega Drive in 1995, playing in a run and gun format, with different play styles changing across the many different stages to an over-the-top perspective and one-on-one fighting scenes. The game can be quite difficult, as you only have limited lives and continues to complete the campaign, as levels can be quite long with many enemy encounters and obstacles to overcome, which can be tricky to deal with. The Mega CD version used many video cutscenes and soundtrack elements from the movie itself. It is often considered as a very underrated game, but with many flaws holding it back from true success. However, it is still worth a look if you're a fan of the movie. The Terminator saw a release on the Sega Mega CD in 1993 and was included also on the Sega Genesis, Master System and Game Gear in 1992, with them being an adaptation based off of the classic 1984 film of the same name. The game was developed and published by Virgin Games that follows the role of Kyle Reese being sent back from the future to save and protect Sarah Connor from the relentless pursuit of the menacing cyborg. The graphics and music took advantage of the Sega CD's capabilities, using digitized full motion video from the film to appear in between levels to advance the story. The Terminator would be praised for its visuals and sound effects, but was criticised for its gameplay. The inclusion of high quality audio and FMV cutscenes helped increase the appeal, but despite the subtle flaws in reviews, it is still often seen as one of the better quality movie adaptations seen from video games during this era. Doom is the most ported FPS game in history, and the most recognised shooter of all time. It helped to inspire many legendary games and iconic characters in the games industry. The development process of Doom made it feasible for the game to be ported on many different systems, even with the SNES. With it only being a 16-bit console, it was insane to see the game running on a platform that was never considered possible during that time. But even in more recent times, more ports have been added to handheld systems and platforms with much less power, and it is still playable, which is a testament to the game's history. Doom would see a movie adaptation released in 2005 starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. While it wasn't well received, it did little to tarnish the success of the Doom brand overall. Among the ports, the 32X version would be added to Sega's short-lived but interesting console add-on that pushed the limitations of the Sega Mega Drive to another level. The game had elements scaled down to run smoothly and still played great when we look at all of the other versions that came before and after it. And again, it demonstrated how Doom could run on limited hardware, and with all of the ports available, there is no reason why you shouldn't try this one out also. Mortal Kombat, one of the most violent games of its time, saw a release in the arcade and on consoles in 1992. The game saw ports on many 8 and 16-bit consoles of the time that also spawned many sequels on later consoles. But of the original game, while many played it on the Mega Drive or Genesis and SNES, a Sega CD edition would later be added with a few subtle differences with regard to the visual and audio quality. It is more similar to the Genesis version above anything else, and many regard the SNES version to have the most superior visuals out of all of the editions, but the Sega CD would have the best soundtracks and audio, with many stating that this version is currently the best way to play the game. While the game released originally in 1992, a movie adaptation wouldn't appear until 1995, and while it probably hasn't aged well by today's standards, for its time, it is an epic experience that smashed records in the box office upon its release, and many of us growing up, including myself, loved this movie and it paid homage to the success of the video game series during that time. Star Wars Arcade on the 32X, released in 1993, that would be a port of the original, that would act as a sci-fi space shooter, flying a ship tasked with destroying enemy crafts throughout each of the game's levels. The game gives you the option to also change the viewpoint between first and third person perspectives to suit your own playstyle. The 32X version was well received, however it would be downgraded to cope with the limits of the hardware, but it is seen as a solid port of the arcade original with great visuals, sound effects and gameplay that display what was possible with the console hardware. Dune is a very popular detailed strategy game that saw releases on many systems along with the Sega Mega CD in 1993, which would combine a mix of both the Amiga and PC editions together. Dune would also become one of the first ever games to be converted from floppy disk format to CD that would aid in the transition of how games would be developed and played during that time. The story of the game is mainly based on the original novel that plays out as a mix of adventure and real-time strategy, controlling troops and artillery to explore, protect and acquire resources from each region. A gameplay mechanic that would become familiar in the later Command & Conquer series. The adventure sections, as with the PC version, would play from a point and click style with a heavy focus on interaction and storytelling. The game would become a commercial success, selling many copies on all systems it was released on, with future sequels being added to later console generations with the PlayStation 2, and movie adaptations of Dune would be released in 1984 and more recently in 2021. The game received much praise, stating it to be one of the greatest games of its type on the Mega CD.
I can feel something in you, but I wonder if you will be able to penetrate the secrets of this planet.
The Mega CD edition of Jurassic Park, released in 1994, and would be a point-and-click adventure, being very different from all of the other versions seen on consoles of the time. The game has a strong emphasis on action sequences, which require split-second timing. The player must search the region to retrieve eggs from 7 different dinosaur species, and place them in an incubator at the Jurassic Park Visitor Centre. The eggs must be collected all within a 12-hour time limit. Aside from the loading times, the game was highly praised for its video, audio, and sound design, often being considered as one of the best versions of Jurassic Park seen on consoles during this time. The Crow City of Angels is an action-adventure beat-em-up game that is an adaptation of the movie, which was developed by Grey Matter, who was also responsible for another game called Perfect Weapon that released on the PlayStation. The game released on the Sega Saturn, PC and PlayStation in 1997 that used motion capture technology to mimic elements from the film. Like Perfect Weapon, The Crow utilises similar gameplay elements, using pre-rendered environments with fixed camera views and tank controls similar to games like Resident Evil, but tries to add in punch and kick mechanics that may seem good on paper but was poorly executed, deeming it to be too repetitive and unplayable by many. These elements have been heavily influenced by the game's negative reviews at the time, stating that the game did have some plus points with the moody setting, ambience and atmosphere, but was greatly let down by the sluggish controls and lack of variety with the gameplay, with no tasks or objectives other than to beat the hell out of everything that moved. But the poor controls made this a difficult task in itself. It is often considered as one of the worst reviewed movie tie-ins ever in the history of video games, regardless of the platform it was released on.
Hey, clown face.
Just one fix.
I need it.
Just one fix.
Dragonheart Fire and Steel takes inspiration from the 1996 fantasy adventure film, releasing in the same year, which acts as a 2D side-scroller, using digitised sprites for the enemy and character models when playing. The game would see releases on the Sega Saturn, PlayStation, Nintendo Game Boy and later on the Windows PC. The story follows the medieval dragon slayer, Sir Bowen, in his attempt to rid the world of a particularly evil king, along with several evil dragons that have ruled the world, but on his quest he joins forces with one of the last known dragons to exist, with Draco, and together they must defeat the evil king and rescue the damsel in distress. The game was negatively received among critics due to its poor controls, animations, but did find some highlights with the game's use of pre-rendered visuals. But at the same time, it is often considered as one of the worst movie tie-ins seen in video games, even to the current day. Space Jam is a game adaptation of the movie starring Michael Jordan and the Looney Tunes that released on the Sega Saturn, PC and PlayStation in 1996, featuring 3-on-3 matches with a variety of minigames to progress through the story. The game featured all 2D cartoon visuals and was published by Acclaim, who was also responsible for the iconic NBA Jam series. The game had some interesting ideas, but wasn't well received among critics, stating the poor imbalances of the gameplay and minigames causing various elements to be overly simplistic compared to other games of its type. However, its multiplayer features were seen as the highlight feature of the game. Street Fighter the movie was released on both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation in 1995, being an adaptation of the film using digitized sprites and images for the character models, with a variety of game modes from single player campaigns, 2-player head-to-head combat, and a movie battle mode that would follow events from the film's story, playing as Guile. The game would be a high seller on the PlayStation, as the game would be among the original launch titles of the console, but would receive mixed reviews on both versions regarding a number of playable aspects or glitches that could affect the experience. The console versions would also present a very different experience from the arcade original, as these versions felt like more of a reimagining of Street Fighter 2, but with the digitized sprites from the movie. While that isn't a bad thing in itself, fans were expecting a different experience close to the arcade version, but it would be very different, which didn't help the game's reviews. While the game does utilise digitized visuals, the gameplay is more similar to games like Mortal Kombat, and plays better than you might think. But again, fans were expecting something similar to the icons of early arcade games and during the console generation. It is worth a try at least, but do I think it's one of the worst fighters ever? No, not at all. It's not the best movie adaptation, I agree, but it is a solid fighter. Honestly, there are worse games out there.
Fight! You win! You win! You win!
Jurassic Park The Lost World sees you playing through the game as 5 different characters, from one of the film's protagonists to many of the dinosaur creatures with a raptor and a T-Rex, seeing you explore many levels from a 2.5D perspective, with the focus being on platforming and action. The game was released on the Sega Saturn along with the PlayStation to mixed reviews, stating that the gameplay sections to lack in quality regarding the controls, that seemed vague and lacked responsiveness, a characteristic that should have been better emphasised, as games of this type require fast, tight controls for quick responses, which the game sadly failed to deliver, which is a pity, as the game presented a great soundtrack and beautifully crafted detailed environments, which saw the PlayStation edge slightly ahead of the Saturn in this aspect. But in saying that, the Saturn and PlayStation versions play almost the same way in every regard. The PlayStation did receive an additional special edition of the game in 1998, with improved tweaks and additional content to make up for the poor contributions of the original. Sadly, the Sega Saturn never received the special edition, and with the declining sales of the console, developers had already begun moving away from the format, unsure if making additional content for games would be a good idea, as they too looked set to suffer the same fate. Independence Day was released in 1996 and is a combat flight simulator video game that is based on the film. The game's main campaign presents a number of time-based missions with specific objectives that must be completed before any progression can be made to future stages. There are many different fighter jets to acquire and unlock as you play, that all have different attributes and qualities to suit specific situations, making it easier or more difficult depending on your choices. The game also made use of a multiplayer mode on the console versions, allowing for one-on-one combat either through split screen or with the Saturn or PlayStation system link cables, with the PC version having access to online play. The game saw strong sales upon its release, but wasn't as well received among critics, stating that the gameplay, although while good, was quite restrictive and could become repetitive very quickly, but found the multiplayer modes to be among its best qualities. Released in 1995 on the Sega Saturn in Japan, Godzilla Archipelago Shock is a battle simulator game, with the player taking on the role of the Japanese military, being tasked to direct tanks and other military equipment on a 3D isometric playing field and attack Godzilla or other monsters, while he's ravaging and rampaging through cities. When attacking Godzilla, you can inflict and take damage from him or other monsters with health points, degrading until one of the units or the monster gets defeated. Despite the visuals, the game looks similar to an early 16-bit console strategy game. Every move is turn-based, so you need to make the right choices and utilise the right resources to eliminate monsters and avoid defeat. The game is inspired by the classic Godzilla movies of a bygone era, while bringing the monster character into a new generation. Casper would see many games released on the Sega Saturn and many other systems throughout the years between 1996 and 2002, featuring an alternate rendition of the film's plot, set within a top-down viewing perspective, using pre-rendered visuals to collect items, solve puzzles, and complete various tasks to progress the game's story. The Saturn version, while having some flaws, was considered as a decent effort among critics, but found it to be too repetitive after a while. But the game presents a lot of replay value, as there are a ton of hidden locations and secret areas to find and explore, some being less noticeable while others being hidden in plain sight, only adding to the appeal of the exploration elements in the game. Congo the movie, The City of Lost Inn, is a first-person shooter releasing in 1996, developed by Jumpin' Jack Software, using elements from the film to tell a side story following the exploits of Butembo Kabalo, the only survivor of the first Travicom expedition in search of diamonds in the Congo jungle. The game was heavily compared to Doom when it released, which didn't help regarding its reviews, as it experimented with different gameplay mechanics and features that could affect how you play through different interactions with being poisoned, which would reverse the control systems with the intent of creating disorientation, which was an interesting idea, but reviewers of the time simply were not impressed by the subtle tricks used, as they felt so confused when they were playing. The visuals themselves were also considered to have lacked depth regarding their detail, but in all honesty, the ideas presented here were interesting but just didn't appeal to players at that time. Yet it was impressive enough to have tried something different, which isn't a bad thing. Regardless, it is worth a try just to experience some of these ideas, at least, as it tried to do something new that wasn't seen at the time. Batman Forever, the arcade game, released on the Sega Saturn, PlayStation and PC in 1996. There would be a direct port of the arcade original, playing as a beat 'em up in a similar style to icons with Streets of Rage, Final Fight, Double Dragon and Golden Axe, seeing you play as both Batman and Robin across many levels, defeating waves of enemies and boss characters to try and stop both the Riddler and Two-Face from causing chaos throughout Gotham City. The game utilises digitised sprites for its characters and animations, and was well received regarding reviews, but by the time the game was released, the beat 'em up genre had declined in popularity. Both console versions played identical apart from some minor cosmetic differences, but essentially were the same yet slightly lacked the finesse of the arcade version. Resident Evil would be ported to the Sega Saturn a year after the original PlayStation release to give players a taste of the epic survival horror experience that would completely revolutionise the horror games genre in its entirety. The main reason why I'm mentioning it here is that movie adaptations of the game were made in later years to try and capitalise on the success of the franchise, but unfortunately, as we know, it was one of the many instances where movie creators were simply unable to follow the plot set in motion with the games, instead to create their own take on proceedings. But many iterations and sequels were created in the movie world, as it does have its own distinct following, but just isn't loyal to the game's concept. Still, the original Resident Evil is by far one of the most recognised games of all time, and the Saturn version is a great addition that is equally as great as the PlayStation and PC versions. Tomb Raider, like Resident Evil, is among the most legendary games of all time, releasing in 1996 on the Sega Saturn, PC and PlayStation. The Sega Saturn edition was the first version to be released, shortly before its console counterparts, that introduced the world to the character of Lara Croft. The game was so successful that it spawned many sequels, editions, reimaginings and recent remasters of all three original games in the series to bring the classic world of Tomb Raider into a new generation. The game would also spawn a number of movie adaptations in recent times that would prove to be popular, yet would be overshadowed by the success of the video game series. Still, regardless of which version of the original Tomb Raider you play, it is a timeless classic that is as fun and challenging to play as ever. Known as Dynamite Deca in Japan, Die Hard Arcade is one of the first ever 3D textured polygonal beat-em-ups in video games. The game utilises many gameplay mechanics and features seen in classic beat-em-up games, while also implementing quick-time events during levels that can alter the locations you'll end up in during each stage, adding to the replay value if you want to find every secret and hidden location within the game. There is also a co-op mode available to provide experiences similar to icons like Streets of Rage and Golden Axe. The Die Hard license is used to great effect that has you fighting through many locations that take inspiration from the first movie's Nakatomi Plaza. A sequel was later released on the Sega Dreamcast, but without the Die Hard license. I managed myself to pick up a copy of the game a few years back before the prices went crazy, and it is so much fun to play. But if you can manage to afford it now, well, good luck to you, but it's still worth having in your collection. But overall, the action in the Die Hard Arcade is way over the top, crazy, challenging and lots of fun, and it is often considered as one of the greatest beat-em-ups in the genre, and the Saturn did an excellent job with its arcade port, being among some of the greatest games ever on the console. So if you're definitely a fan of the Sega Saturn and love classic beat-em-ups, you simply need to play this game. Alien Trilogy is often considered as one of the best movie-to-game adaptations of all time, and the Saturn port is a great addition to the console's lineup of excellent titles. The game would also be released on the Sony PlayStation and PC, and seeing you play through events and scenes from the original 3 movies, playing from a first-person perspective with combat and gameplay mechanics similar to id Software's iconic Doom, that would see you hunting for weapons, ammo and resources to defend yourself against the terrifying alien xenomorph that lurk in the shadows of the dark atmospheric corridors, rooms and environments that you will have to explore. The Saturn port plays very similar to the other versions, with a great mix of gameplay and tension to keep you on edge, never knowing where the next threat will appear from. Alien Trilogy is often regarded as one of the greatest FPS games of all time, with great gameplay and weapons, with some of the most atmospheric and tension-filled environments ever seen in video games during the Sega, Saturn and PlayStation generation. Die Hard Trilogy is one of the greatest examples of a movie tie-in regarding video games ever, as it is also one of the first ever titles to combine 3 entirely different gameplay types all in one package. The game was released on the Sega Saturn, PlayStation and PC, which was a very ambitious title that implemented gameplay mechanics and styles from a third-person shooter, light gun shooter and an open world driving game to provide different experiences based on all 3 movies from the original Die Hard franchise of the time. The original development of the game had intended to have fully detailed 3D rendered polygonal characters, but had to revert to using digitized 2D sprites to work within the limitations of the consoles and systems of the time. The game did present a very high level of violence for its time, which did cause some controversy in some regions, but was ultimately well received among critics, with magazine reviews stating the wide appeal and variety of the games available that offered an experience for everyone to enjoy. A sequel with Die Hard Trilogy 2 would make its way onto the PlayStation console a few years later that presented its own individual storyline that wasn't tied to the movies, but was still a solid experience, although not as memorable as the original. The sheer variety of the content and value available is quite astounding for its time, presenting many interesting ways to play, and each game is good enough that they could have packaged it as a separate individual title. So this is without a doubt one of the best bang for buck titles that you will ever see. All 3 games present a very solid, challenging and fun experience, with the third game being among the first ever 3D open world driving games ever created at the time, which would also provide inspiration for many future titles that would go on to reach great heights of success. It has its flaws, but Die Hard Trilogy is easily one of the best movie adaptations ever seen in video games, and if you have played it, you'll know how good it is.
Take this. Get him! I see him. Kill him! He's right here! Cops! Officer down! Officer down! Not me! There is firing in the terminal! Get him! Grenade! Help me!
Someone give me some aspirin. They got a bomb? Yippee-ki-yay! Just keep driving. This is gonna get bumpy! Go, go, go!
Evil Dead Hail to the King is a survival horror video game developed by Heavy Iron Studios and published by THQ in the year 2000. The game would be released for the Dreamcast, PlayStation and Microsoft Windows, which acts as a sequel to the 1992 film Army of Darkness. The game would also play like an early Resident Evil game, containing similar features such as pre-rendered backgrounds and fixed camera angles, as well as limited ammunition and resources to find as you travel. The player controls the character by using the D-pad or analog stick to move left or right or rotate the character, while also interacting with the many elements seen within the environment. And the player will also face many enemies, including the Deadites, animated skeletons, possessed hillbillies and Wolverine scouts. But the premise of the game takes place 8 years after the events of Army of Darkness, returning to the old cabin to help Ash face his demons. Shortly after arriving, Ash's possessed severed hand appears and plays Professor Noby's old cassette containing the Necronomicon's incantation once again. Despite attempts to stop it, the evil once again awakens in the woods, smashing through the window of the cabin and kidnapping Ash's girlfriend Jenny. Ash will need to find the missing pages of the Necronomicon on his travels while dealing with the hordes of Deadites that appear at every location, while trying to save his girlfriend. The PlayStation version of Evil Dead Hail to the King received mixed reviews, while the Dreamcast and PC versions received generally unfavourable reviews, stating that the Dreamcast version's graphics were slightly better than the PlayStation, but still suffered from the same clunky controls and high level of difficulty. But the game did make great use of its dark, atmosphere-enriched setting, but the relentless spawning of enemies restricted the tension-building elements, as more enemies would constantly appear mere seconds after being defeated, which only added to the difficulty. Godzilla Generations is an action game developed by General Entertainment and published by Sega for the Dreamcast in 1998. It was exclusively released in Japan as one of the system's 4 launch titles. The game is based on the Godzilla franchise and involves the player controlling various giant monsters in an attempt to destroy real-life Japanese cities. You move the monsters around large maps filled with buildings and environmental elements where you rack up points for all the destruction you cause, and you have to contend with attacks from the military who will use explosives and other weapons to inflict damage. Godzilla Generations mainly received lukewarm reviews from Japanese gaming magazine Famitsu and a very negative response from Western journalists, despite fans showing interest in the game at the 1998 Tokyo Game Show. The gameplay is slow and the controls are clunky and sluggish, which may become frustrating for some players looking for a more fluid experience. A sequel with Godzilla Generations Maximum Impact was released later in Japan in 1999. Godzilla Generations Maximum Impact was developed by General Entertainment and published by Sega for the Dreamcast in 1999, exclusively in Japan. The game is split into a variety of different levels in which Godzilla stomps forward through a city while he has to shoot enemies moving in a linear format, with later levels allowing for more freedom of movement, with the addition of one-on-one boss encounters in some of the levels. Godzilla in this version is the only playable character known in the game, but like its predecessor, Maximum Impact wasn't well received. Even though the game displayed more variety and better visuals, the sluggish gameplay was still found to be a frustrating element for most players. Taxi 2 is a driving game based on the movie of the same name, releasing in 2000, which features 2 game modes. A story mode that follows scenes from the movie itself, that allows you to select from a variety of different missions. When a mission is completed, you can save your progress, but you can also unlock a playable version within the arcade mode. In the story mode itself, though, you will have to watch the temperature gauge as the engine will explode if you use speed boosts for prolonged periods, but this feature is removed from the arcade mode. The game also released on the Sony PlayStation, and honestly there is very little difference regarding the gameplay and visuals, although the Dreamcast version looks slightly better with smoother graphics. But for most playing the game for the first time, many will think that it is just from the PS1 itself. Not the best movie adaptation or driving game on the Dreamcast, but will appeal to players in short bursts. Star Wars Demolition is a vehicular combat game set within the Star Wars universe, created by Luxoflux and LucasArts, seeing it release on both the Dreamcast and Sony PlayStation in the year 2000. The premise of the game is that the Galactic Empire have banned Jabba the Hutt's pod races, so Jabba creates a more life-threatening vehicular combat contest. The objective is to be the last vehicle standing by destroying all other combatants. Several power-ups can be found on the battlefield which enhance the player's vehicle and abilities. There are 8 playable stages with 13 combatants which are included in the game, with 4 playable game modes that are offered to players, including tournament and battle modes, seeing players compete in successfully harder and more difficult rounds as you progress. You will need to progress through the game, however, to unlock each of the arenas and characters that are available. Each mode can be played with 1 or 2 players on the PlayStation, while the Dreamcast version can support up to 4 players. The game did receive mixed reviews upon its release, with critics feeling that the game, while fun in short bursts, would lose its appeal with more extended gameplay. Disney's Dinosaur is an action-adventure game published by Ubisoft in 2000 and functions as a tie-in to the Disney film of the same name. The game loosely follows the story of the film, playing from a top-down perspective as the main dinosaur character, along with the help of his friends, to flee to the mainland, where they encounter many other dinosaurs on a fight for survival. To complete each level, you will need to use teamwork, utilising all of the playable characters' abilities, to complete various objectives, to proceed and unlock new areas to explore. The Dreamcast version received mixed reviews, while the PlayStation version received unfavourable reviews, although was seen to be better than most movie tie-ins, but still not a very compelling game overall. However, fans of the movie will still enjoy the game, and if you enjoyed other dinosaur games, like the Jurassic Park series, then this will be a decent alternative. Based on the movie of the same name, 102 Dalmatians puts you in the role of two puppies from the large Dalmatian family that have once again been kidnapped by the evil Cruella de Vil, having reprogrammed the toys built in her factory to steal the puppies. You play as both Oddball and Domino on a quest to rescue the other puppies that will take you through many locations, from parks to city streets and alleyways to Cruella's factory, while collecting items, pickups, resources and solving puzzles to unlock new areas and secrets to explore. The game, while having cartoon visuals from the offset, is more reflective of early graphics seen on the PS1, which was also released in the same year. You also have access to a selection of mini games to play, from a memory game digging up and matching items in a garden to a mini golf game, with more being made accessible by unlocking levels or completing the main story missions. The game did receive mixed reviews at its launch, but was praised for its voice acting. It's a pretty straightforward and simplistic game that is more likely to appeal to players of a younger generation. The Grinch is a platform video game based on the film being developed by Artificial Mind and Movement and published by Konami in the year 2000. As the Grinch, the player can jump, ground, pound and use his smelly breath to guide his way through various obstacles within the game. As the game progresses, different gadgets can be unlocked, where each are used to complete various tasks and objectives while overcoming obstacles. The Dreamcast, PC and PlayStation versions received mixed reviews, but did receive positive feedback on controls and graphics, but often found the gameplay to become dull and not challenging, only recommending that the game would be suitable for Grinch fans.
Here they are, my precious gadget blueprints. All my inventions, my contraptions, my Machiavellian machines.
That, in fact...
Another one!
Ouch! It's unbearable!
Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue is a 1999 platform game developed by Traveller's Tales and published by Activision and Disney Interactive. The game is based on the Disney Pixar 1999 animated film, which would also get a release on the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, Microsoft, Windows PC and other systems, along with the Dreamcast, in the year 2000. The console versions would put the player in control of Buzz Lightyear as he goes across 15 different levels that mix between main levels and boss events that are based and inspired by locations from the film in order to rescue Woody. Each level presents different tasks and objectives to complete while hunting items and collectibles to unlock more secrets, but also to unlock the next stage. Buzz can attack enemies with a wrist laser, which can be charged up for additional power and can also be aimed through a first-person viewpoint. He will also have additional features with a spin attack and also being able to extend his wings to perform double jumps and a foot stomp to activate switches. The PlayStation version of Toy Story 2 received positive reviews of its time, while the Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast versions received mixed or average reviews, often being criticised for its awkward camera layout and the limited number of repetitive phrases used by non-playable characters throughout the game. Still, if you are a fan of Toy Story 2, this game will definitely appeal to those players of a younger generation. Buzz Lightyear of Star Command is based on the animated television series, produced by Walt Disney and Pixar Studios, releasing between 2000 and 2001 for the Dreamcast, PlayStation, Windows PC and Game Boy Color. It serves as an actual spin-off to the Toy Story franchise and presents a fictionalized account of the character Buzz Lightyear. The game is set within the future where Buzz is part of a galactic alliance, a peaceful union of various planets that are home to various alien species that can coexist in harmony. Star Command is a peacekeeping organisation consisting of space rangers who investigate threats to galactic peace. Once this alliance is threatened, it is up to Buzz and his team to put an end to the chaos, which will take him on a quest to explore many environments based on Earth, other planets and in space itself, where you will need to defeat enemies and solve puzzles, collect items and resources to aid in your progression to reach the next stage. The game was met with mixed reviews, with many arguments being around the camera and control systems, as they were seen to be poor in quality. Still, the game has its appeal and is a very good alternative to Toy Story 2, which also released on the console. Chicken Run is a platform stealth-based 3D adventure game based on the 2000 film of the same name. The game manages to take its inspiration from the famous film The Great Escape. The game would also be released on the PlayStation, Game Boy Color, Windows PC, that features stealth gameplay that's not too different from iconic stealth action games with Metal Gear Solid, as the player will have to avoid guard dogs, the farmer's family known as the Tweedies themselves, in addition to avoiding searchlights, while not making noise as it will alert the security to the player's presence. Each mission requires players to complete a variety of objectives, while looking for items of interest to aid in building contraptions to help you progress and escape. The PlayStation version received generally favourable reviews, while the Dreamcast and PC versions received mixed or average reviews, stating that it was a surprisingly good conversion of a movie into a game, with some decent visuals and gameplay mechanics, although the limited camera could become an issue, making it difficult to play at times. Spider-Man is an action-adventure video game based on the Marvel Comics character of the same name. It was developed by Neversoft, who are responsible for the iconic Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series, and would be published by Activision for the Dreamcast, PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color and Windows PC, following the story of Spider-Man as he attempts to clear his name after being framed by a doppelganger and becoming a wanted criminal, while having to also foil a symbiote invasion orchestrated by Dr. Octopus and Carnage. Numerous villains from the comic books appear as bosses including Scorpion, Rhino, Venom, Mysterio, Carnage and Dr. Octopus. Missions will require you to complete objectives, search for items and hidden areas while beating up enemies with Spider-Man's various attacks. Spider-Man received an overall generally positive reception, being seen as one of the best superhero game adaptations ever at the time, as it reflected the story and elements seen from the TV show. I also had this on the PlayStation growing up. It was a lot of fun and is a genuinely solid game across all platforms it released on.
Oh yeah! Sorry about... I bet I can get into... That must have hurt. Looks like I've got company. I make this look easy. The rock. Not this time, guys.
Jedi Power Battles is another episodic game from the Star Wars Episode 1 series, which plays as an action video game set during the same time frame as the movie The Phantom Menace. The game was first and originally released on the Dreamcast, later with the PlayStation and the Game Boy Advance. That would become a mix of an action platform game and beat 'em up. Players can choose from 1 of 5 Jedi to run, jump, slash and use the Force through the game's levels, with the primary weapon being a lightsaber to fight through waves of enemies and deflect blaster shots. The lightsaber combat is rather simplified, with a system that lets the player lock onto the nearest enemy, while using special attacks to defeat more powerful enemies. There are a few segments in which the player can pilot various craft, and the campaign can also be played in cooperative mode with a second player, with the Dreamcast version having additional training modes and a 2-player dual mode. As players progress, additional lightsaber combos and special powers can be unlocked. The Dreamcast version received generally favourable reviews, but were critical of the game's high difficulty, while also praising the game's cooperative mode. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer is a 1999 racing game based on the pod racing sequence from the film Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace. The game features all of the racers and race courses from The Phantom Menace, while adding several new courses on various planets. It has several single player modes, including a tournament mode along with a multiplayer mode to play as some of your favourite characters from the movie itself. The game received generally positive reviews among its critics that saw it as a great alternative to games like Wipeout and F-Zero. 2 sequels were later released, with both Star Wars The Arcade Racer and Star Wars Racer Revenge that released in 2002 on the PlayStation 2. It is a solid fun racer that is challenging, yet very rewarding, and is a great addition to the lineup of iconic Star Wars games. It has been a long journey to get to this point, and this ended up being a collaboration of all previous videos that I created on the channel, and thought it would be a good idea to package them all together into one video that would also allow to fill in the gaps with other games that I previously missed. But with that being said, these Sega consoles produced an interesting history with regards to movie games and adaptations that brought light to some very interesting ideas, but that also made noticeable the flaws and issues that cropped up with regards to certain development processes processes. But regardless, they are all a piece of gaming history. They are all a piece of our history, as many of us grew up watching these movies and we played these games for all intents and purposes. While we did enjoy some, we may not have enjoyed others, but they do hold memories for most of us that grew up with them. But it just showcases the dedication behind many of these concepts and the many games that were released on these systems over the years. As we can see here, there was quite a lot of them. But this is just a touch in the ocean of what was available on the Sega consoles over the generations. So make sure to keep an eye out, as more content will be coming that will explore behind the scenes of many other interesting titles released across all of these systems. And in the meantime, if you want to know more about some of the other games that were released across the long, vast and wide history of Sega and its consoles, then you can check out this next video, where we will share even more insights, stories and history of the many interesting games that were released during this period.